this is
Apaga Miss Fashiover.
Yeah,
Good
good evening. Good evening.
Sir, good evening, sir.
changing the name. I think I need to have. No, you don't need.
Good evening, Professor Antonia Diaz.
Against your name, you will find an option.
Good evening, Justice Ishwaraya ji.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Dr. Govardhan.
Very good evening, sir. Yeah, good evening.
Srinivas from Governor's Office. Good evening.
Sir, good evening, sir. Very good
So
evening.
everything checking okay?
Everything is okay, sir. Our audio video is okay, sir.
Yes, we are good. And we suggest to bring in the governor at 6:35. I communicated.
Exactly, sir. Exactly. After that, we stop the video, sir. Exactly 6:35, we start video, sir. Our video.
Okay, 6:35 exactly. Okay,
Exactly, we start our video, sir.
thank you.
So much. This is number 5.
So we have 2 sessions in Raj Bhavan.
But that is for office use, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Our ladies are here, sir. Please, sir.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Hari.
Oh, Major Tushar, good evening to you. Thank you very much for everything.
Mr. Hari, all okay at your end?
Yeah, so far everybody is, all the guests are joining in, and we have exact 28 minutes to get started.
Right. So can I have a confirmation by 6:25?
6:35, I'm confirming. I just spoke to Srinivas. 6:35, bring in Her Excellency to the video.
Okay. No, I was asking about 6:25. Like, can I know if you will start by 6:25?
No, we're starting short, but the live broadcast starts at 6:30. So 5 minutes, we'll finish the business that we talked last night. And 6:35, we can bring the Honorable Governor.
Okay, right. Roger.
We don't want to change because we don't want to confuse the media channels right now.
Understood. Which all media
you.
will be following this?
Several media channels are broadcasting all over the world
Okay.
live.
Okay.
So we have about 17 countries registered right now.
Okay, right. Thank you so much.
American national anthem will start.
6:35, we start with the Indian national anthem, and we finish 6:30 to 6:35, the American national anthem and other business.
Okay, sir.
Right.
Thank
So,
you very much.
Hari, we'll
Yes.
start the Indian national anthem when ma'am screen comes live, when ma'am is on live.
Yes, of course.
After ma'am, you just welcome ki I hereby welcome ma'am, and then let's stand for Indian national anthem, and then after that we can give the welcoming speech.
Yes,
and
and madam,
then-
introduction. Yes, we follow the minute to minute I described to you, very detailed, and we just follow strictly that.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Hari, my turn will be when probably.
We will find a slot for you.
Okay.
We will find some slot for you for 1-2 minutes, so you can.
Not in the beginning. After the governor, Our Excellency. Before.
Exactly. I sent you the program.
After Jai Saranjan also, it's okay.
Yeah, Justice Ishwaraji, I sent you the program. Okay. I will introduce you in an appropriate slot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So program.
Thank you.
Sir,
WhatsApp or email?
ఈశ్వరయ్య గారు నమస్తే సార్. నేను
నమస్తే. నమస్తే రామలింగారెడ్డి.
బ్రదర్ వెనక కొంచెము వేరే అంటే ప్లెయిన్ గా ఉండేటట్లు బెటర్ ఏమో.
నేను I will close that.
Excellent. Now it is very clear.
మీరు కొంచెము మీ పైన రూఫ్ లో కొంచెం ఖాళీ ఎక్కువ ఉంది బ్రదర్. సో you want to fill the screen little better, and now it's better.
Better. Okay.
లైట్ కూడా కొంచెం వేసుకుంటే ఇంకా బెటర్.
Yeah, Professor Antonia Diaz, I sent you a revised screen share. If you like to use that one, I modified it. The recent email I sent it.
So you have sent email.
If you are fine with this, that's okay too.
Sir, మీరు co-host కింద ఉన్నారండి.
Sorry.
Yeah, now I need KCR. We need Sudhakar Uppala to be co-host.
Okay.
And Madhuri Gujje to be the co-host.
Okay.
Vaishnavi Chippa will be co-host.
Okay.
Pooja Ipanapalli will be co-host.
ఇంకా జాయిన్ అవ్వలేదు సార్ వాళ్ళందరూ ఎవరు కూడా జాయిన్
Okay, okay. Jayanaka, Sudhakar, can you track them and message KCR to get them, our team to be on the co-host list? Okay.
Hari, I could not get in your program the slot
Then
where it is.
WhatsApp lo పంపించాను brother, ఒకసారి చూడండి. Then I will send you one more time on WhatsApp, okay?
Okay. Okay.
I will send you right now.
Who is coordinating from the media?
Okay, we need KCR, the live link, live YouTube link.
Dr. Harry, the sound is good.
Some resound getting, Antonio Diaz. Some resound is coming.
It's coming? Okay, thank you very much.
Reduce some resound.
Sorry, who is the person name who is coordinating from the Mana TV, who is hosting this Zoom?
No, KCR.
KCR. Oh,
Yes.
KCR, can you make me co-host? I still see I'm not a co-host.
సుధాకర్ ఉప్పల co-host.
Right. Yes.
Sudhakar, you need to pay attention to people who are checking in. If you are in confusion, just message me, but very strictly, we selected only select people.
Right. You sent a list of names yesterday, right?
A few more people I sent, but I will let you know.
Okay.
సార్ మీకు యూట్యూబ్ రా లింక్ పంపించాను సార్ నేను. అది సార్.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
మీడియా ఛానల్స్ కి సార్ మన ప్రమోషన్ కి మన టీవీ లింక్ పంపిస్తాను నేను. అంటే విత్ గ్రాఫిక్స్ తో సహా ఉంటుంది.
Correct.
ఓన్లీ ఫర్ మీడియా కోసం ఇచ్చింది మీకు.
అంతే.
మన టీవీ డయాబెటీస్ వదిలేసి
Good evening, sir.
Very good evening, brother.
All of you, good evening.
Thank you.
Professor Gali Vinod Kumar, you need to
Very good
write
evening.
your head.
Very good.
You are not visible.
Asha.
Yeah, only
Okay.
part of your head is visible. You may have to come.
5-6 inches up. That's perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's perfect.
Yeah. Sudhakar,
sir.
you do that yourself. Sudhakar, you need to go up.
ఇంకా ముందు కానాలా?
Professor Srinivas Kumar.
సార్ అది ఇప్పుడు నుండి సార్ హరి సార్.
ఇట్లా అయితేనే కరెక్ట్.
Very good evening, sir. I'm very happy to be with you today.
Nice meeting you. KCR, go ahead, please.
సార్ ఇప్పుడు యాక్చువల్లీ నేను లాగిన్ అవుతున్నా, అందరూ జాయిన్ అవుతున్నారు కదా, అడ్మిట్ మీరు కొట్టండి సార్, ఏమంటే ఎవరు కావాలో వాళ్ళు అన్నది.
Yeah. I will. As I log in, I will let you know.
ఓకే సార్. ఇప్పుడు నేను లాగిన్ చేసుకుని ఇంకా
వచ్చాయి.
నేను అడ్మిట్ చేయను ఇంకా.
Yeah, we have a few minutes to do that. Yeah.
Professor Vinod Kumar, we still
Yeah,
like
sir.
earlier it was good, so you may have to move a little forward. Yeah, that's
Stay there.
that's-
Okay. Yeah.
Stay there. And stay little center. Move towards right little bit.
Yeah,
Okay, sir. Okay.
Perfect.
yeah,
Perfect.
Is it?
yeah, it's good now.
Yes, sir.
సార్ చిన్న సజెషన్ సార్, ఎవరు
Yes.
మాట్లాడారో వాళ్ళు అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకొని మాట్లాడాలి సార్, మిగిలిన వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా మ్యూట్ లో
Yeah.
ఉండాలి.
So Sudhakar, you need to mute everybody, and people who need to speak, they will unmute themselves.
Hariji,
Yes.
I've just written few very good important points in the higher education. I'll be sending them to you shortly.
No,
Not
I
now,
don't
after the meeting.
right now, sir. You
Not now.
use your
Later on.
after the event, we will collect all the things and we will assign a committee to
Please
compile.
compile it and see that it can be well organized, documented.
We have a lot of officials joining us today who will not be speaking but listening, and they will be helping us with the HRD ministry and also respect to state governments.
Yeah.
KCR, I don't have controls to mute everybody.
So you need to be a full host.
Yeah.
Yeah, Major Tushar, go ahead, please. Yes. Yeah, put the top two rows, first row and second row. Yeah, from the flyer.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it. 3 people. Yeah. Manual. Yes. And the second row, you pick the 3 people from there. One alternate, first, third, and fifth. Yeah. Yes, that's good enough. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hari, not received either in the mail or in the WhatsApp.
Okay, one more time. 1 second.
Sudhakarji,
Yes.
we made you co-host. You can add one guest if you want right away. Please check because we already made you the co-host.
Yeah, seems like, yeah, I'm able to share the screen. So yeah,
Now-
seems like it's, yeah. And
Yeah,
I
now
see,
make somebody to join along with you.
yeah, I see there are a couple of people in the waiting room. One is Raju Katakam Harigara. I don't
Yeah,
know.
allow him. Allow him, please. Yeah.
And there's one Gia Edman, JEA.
Allow him.
Easy.
I will also start looking at Nakar. So when the program starts, you can ask me a message.
Okay, I'll send you a private message.
Yes, yes.
Sir, Dr. Hari sir, our VC sir is also joining, sir.
Please, yeah.
Will be joining.
I send a private request to the principal as well as registrar, sir. Please follow up with them.
And there's a name, it says director. I don't know who is this person is.
Yeah, Ravi Aigar, I think. Allow him, please.
Very smart.
Now I need to download these things.
Hari, where are you going to provide me opportunity?
I sent you, brother.
No, it is not there in that list.
No, it's not there. So
Yes,
we did not
yes.
have it before, but we will include you. What is your timeline, brother? Based on that, I will adjust.
No, immediately after JS Ranjan, you can provide me.
Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, use 3 to 5 minutes max. Yeah.
Okay.
And I got your information already. Pooja, can you track the other MCs?
No, Sadhu, you can speak. Hari,
Yes, sir.
Hari,
Yes.
Our Excellency will leave after JH Ranjan.
No, she will stay for another 15-20 minutes after that.
Okay, okay. So I can be during the in our presence only.
Yeah. We'll
Okay,
accommodate.
Thank you. Are also very closely.
Pooja, I need help. Pooja, I need your help.
Harigar, do you know who is this Chris Avari?
Yes, please allow him. Pooja, quick, I need help.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hmm.
I have that too, but that this is a prescription. I have my download all the things from the email onto your computer.
Sir, Chris Avari, sir, could you please adjust your camera in proper way?
Is good?
Yeah. Till down, bit little down. Yes. Now it's fine, sir. Now it's fine.
వెనక లైట్ వేస్తుందా?
Andy, what is the
అక్కర్లేదు.
what is the pin for this? For this? In this computer. You said pin the other day, right?
Pooja 1, 2, 3.
It's not working. I need to do PDF. Google Chrome lo open చేయాలి. Yeah, okay. I have Google Chrome now. Come here. How it works. I need to do like this, something like that. How do I do that?
Harigar, who is this AF?
Allo. She's the speaker.
Okay. Oh. Like some people, they don't put their name. That's a little confusing.
You're downloading it? If they are coming in now, Sudhakar, allow them. If they're coming in after 6:30 or so, we need to be careful.
Yes.
And you know the speakers, so you can see that.
Right. Yeah. Unless they they put their name, then it's fine. But sometimes like people don't put their exact name. That causes some confusion.
PDF.
This is the official site that I was on.
Can you come up?
I'm not gonna be on camera.
But if the kids are not coming,
Oh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good.
Welcome, Professor Shiv Prakash.
Thank you. Video, some problem is there? It is not allowing me to unmute.
KCR, can you look into that, please?
My video is muted always.
Sudhakar, please look into that. Professor Shiv Prakash is not able to.
He's not muted. I mean, he should be able to speak. He is not muted.
No, audio is fine, Dr. Sudhakar. The video.
Sir, you should on your video, sir, because it is not allowing. You are already on, sir. Actually, you have to allow on by your own.
Okay, let me. I sent a request to start video. You might have got that request.
Yeah, I got that. I did it now, but it says the failed to start the video. Please select another video camera.
Yeah, that must be some problem with your with your system.
No, same system, same laptop we had yesterday without any issues.
Oh.
Yesterday I had the same system I'm using.
Sir, can you do one thing, sir? Please exit the meeting and rejoin, sir.
Okay.
It will ask with the video and you can enable the video, sir.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It looks like everybody is looking like a rock star to kickstart the event.
Okay, come here.
Excellent.
Now share this screen. Can we share?
You can just share one screen.
Yeah,
So
that's
I'm
it.
just sharing
That's
that
it. Yeah. Then how do I go down and up?
Or MCS, can you just say hello? And that way I want to make sure that your voice is audible.
Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, it's clear.
Oh, okay.
Clear.
Hello?
Vaishnavi, your voice is little low.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Vaishnavi, can you say hello again?
Hello?
Yeah, this is better.
Okay.
KCR, we need to, in few minutes, turn on the Facebook, my Facebook, Mana TV Facebook.
Just want to make sure every speaker also tested their mic and how they are able to say, right? Sudhakar, did you check that also?
We tested it yesterday.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, yesterday we tested. Just want to make sure we are all good. No hiccups. Excellent. Good morning, Falta. How are you?
Dr. Sudhakar, we still, same problem.
Raju Neta, did you forward the live web link to, YouTube link to all the media?
Is that Mr. Shiv Prakash? Professor Shiv
Yeah,
Prakash?
yeah. It's still the same problem.
Yeah, please fix Professor Shiv Prakash is the speaker, so we need to make sure that his thing is working.
Yeah, I got a message. Co-host has asked you to start my video, but again failed to start the video camera. That is it.
What's the error? It says just failed to start video camera?
Yeah, failed to start the video camera.
I think most likely it is that is on your end, sir.
Yeah.
No, yeah, same system I've used.
You have another laptop, a desktop.
Can you use your phone and then you can have both your computer as well as phone and use the phone for the video and computer for presentation.
Okay.
And also see if you can reboot quickly the laptop. Sometimes
Yeah, that would help too.
Sir, Harigaru, can you please stop the videos sharing, sir, for a while?
We'll do that. We'll do that. How do I do this? Stop share. Oh, I did.
Swami manam co-host. Co-host
Download all the things.
Who has this LPT 15's phone? Can you please put your name? We don't know your name, so.
Yes,
Major Tushar, how are you? Yeah. No, we have 1 more minute to go. We will do that. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we are going live in 1 minute. KCR, please turn on the
yes, sir.
Facebook channels.
Yes, just 1 minute, sir. 1 second.
Please.
Yeah, Shiva Prakash, we can see you now.
Yeah.
Your video is on.
Can you, if possible, can you just rotate your phone and make it like a landscape rather than portrait? Just that way. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah.
Harigaru, this is the instruction for you actually, sir.
Okay, please. Go
Sir,
ahead.
in another 1 minute, we're about to start. After 1 minute, show the thumb. After showing the thumb, just give a 10 seconds pause, then you start the programs.
Now it's 9 already. So I mean 6:30 already. We are starting. Anytime you tell me.
Yeah. Once 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, sir, on my countdown. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen now.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, our Honorable VC sir also joined. Dr. Hari.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Honorable Jayesh Ranjanji. Welcome to the webinar.
Thank you very much. Good morning and good evening to everyone.
Good morning. We're getting started with the program. Are we ready, KCR? Ready to go?
Yes, sir. In another 10 seconds, I'll give you the countdown, sir.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
Madhuri, be ready with the American National Anthem.
Okay, Harigaru.
Yes.
After 10 seconds, you can start. Just show the thumb, sir, first.
Okay. Madhuri, please be ready with the American National Anthem, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you are ready, sir.
Yes. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So we have several people joined from 17 different countries, over close to 10,000 people watching this live show today. I would like to welcome you all to this global webinar on the impact of COVID-19 on the future of higher education challenges and opportunities. Today is Saturday, July 4th, 2020, and we are proud to announce that today is America's Independence Day. So we're going to have a celebration to join with them. And we're going to first, I would like to request all of you to rise to American National Anthem. MC, please play the American National Anthem. You may be seated. Thank you very much. Today is 244th Independence Day celebration for the US. So we have several guests here, but there will be introductions right after this. Now I would like to recognize the presence of all the esteemed guests, the speakers, and also we have thousands of viewers watching this live from 17 different countries. Thank you very much for joining us today. So the next program, we will begin with recognizing the presence of Honorable Governor of Telangana State, Her Excellency, Dr. Tamilisai Sundara Rajan. She's going to be here. She's the inaugural chief guest, and she's going to deliver the inaugural address as well as inaugurate the conference. After this, we're going to have the sequence of events. We have about a dozen different speakers, and we have few more joined us today, surprise guests. We will welcome them as well. So with this, Raj Bhavan is Honorable Governor online. MC, be ready with the Indian national anthem. Major Tushar Srinivas from Raj Bhavan. Sir, we are ready for Honorable Governor. Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So the Honorable Governor joined already. So we will start with Indian National Anthem. I request one more time, please rise to the Indian National Anthem. Mother is sounding it.
Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Uttara, Banga, Vindhya, Himachala, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchala, Jaladhi, Taranga. Tava Shubha Name Jage, Tava Shubha Ashish Mage, Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha. जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Now I would like to introduce the guests today and also welcome you all to this August gathering. Again, my name is Hari Panapali. MC, can you please do an introduction?
Yes. Dr. Hari Ipanapalli is a financial services professional, an entrepreneur, and a philanthropist with a passion for healthcare, education, and the environment. His mission has been to transform youth into responsible citizens to establish a peaceful society for harmonious living. He received his B.Tech in Mechanical Engineering from JNTU Hyderabad, a master's in computer science from New Jersey Institute of Technology, and completed an executive program in general management from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. With over 30 years of diverse experience, Dr. Ipanapalli has been involved in managing high visible global initiatives in the financial and social services sectors. He is an entrepreneur and investor in disruptive technology companies and serves as chairman of the board for the CIC Group and Quibble Genomics Institute. He is also a keynote speaker and delivered over 25 keynote addresses during the last 15 months around the globe. His favorite subjects include future of digital economics, smart cities, and providing urban amenities in rural areas. He is a visionary, mentor, founder and chairman of the Lead India and Liberty Foundation, advisor to Alternate Development Organization in Norway, and the founding board member of the Financial Policy Council. He is passionate about giving back to society. Let's welcome Dr. Hari Ipanapalli to deliver the welcome address for the webinar on the impact of COVID-19 on the future of higher education, challenges and opportunities.
Thank you, Madhuri, for a graceful introduction. So today we have a lot of distinguished guests. First, I would like to welcome our chief guest to inaugurate and address the gathering, Honorable Governor, Her Excellency Srimati Dr. Tamilisai Sundararajan. In a short notice, Madam was able to accept our invitation and joined us on time. Thank you very much, ma'am. And we have another distinguished guest here, Shri Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, will be our inaugural keynote speaker today. He is the IT Secretary, Government of Telangana State, and also Vice Chancellor of JNTU Hyderabad. And we have a valedictory keynote speaker, Professor Manuel Frey Garaban. He is the chairman of Al Khalifa Business School from London. Then we have the keynote speakers, Professor Antonio Manuel Almeida Diaz, chairman of CESPU Porto, Portugal. And we have Professor Srinivas Kumar, Vice Chancellor, JNTU Anantapur. And we have Ms. Afaf Konja, former spokesperson for the United Nations General Assembly President and a well-known public speaker. And Professor E. Vainandan, Vice Chancellor, YCM Open University, Nasik, Maharashtra, India. And we have Professor Moritz van Rooyen, Chief Academic Officer, Global University Systems, London, UK. And we have our distinguished guest speakers today. Dr. Hari Krishna Maram, Chairman, Vision Digital India, Digital Brand Ambassador from Bangalore. Professor A. Govardhan, Rector, JNTU, Hyderabad. And Professor N.C. Sivaprakash, Head of Department, Instrumentation and Applied Physics Department, IISc Bangalore, India. And Professor Gali Vinod Kumar, Head of the Department of Law, College, Osmania University. Dr. Ravi Ayagari, Deputy Director, Indira Gandhi Open University, and he was formerly MHRD advisor. He is joining us from Delhi. And we have our young MCs here, Madhuri Guju. She's going to be the event manager for today's event. He has a BA from Political Economy from the University of California, Berkeley. And our MC, Samir Napoli, he's a 10th grader from Bakersfield, California. At a young age, he did a successview.org. And we have Vaishnavi Chipa, a 9th grader from Fremont, California. So we have several media partners and supporting organizations. Exclusively, I would like to thank TV5 India, Mana TV, and also several organizations, Al Khalifa Business School, CESPU, Osmania University, JNTU Anantapur, Liberty Foundation, lead in JNTU Hyderabad, YCM Open University, TASA Asia, and Vision Digital India. And we also have media partners, TV Asia, USA, BNN, Telugu, NRI Radio, NRI Wala, Janum Sakshi newspaper, GK TV from USA, Radio Aid from Kakinada, Voice Today from Hyderabad, Yadadri, B5 News, Top Telugu TV, and BCN News. They're all from India. So I just want to share some interesting numbers here. COVID-19, unfortunately, is spreading globally as a pandemic. The impact is really, really very sad. As of this morning's numbers, we have worldwide 11.19 million people impacted with COVID, 529,000 people dead, 6.3 million people recovered. USA is on the top of the list, 2.9 million close to affected by COVID-19. And we have 132,000 people became victims and left this planet. And we have 1.23 million people recovered. Brazil takes the number 2 position with 1.5 million people, 60,000 people dead, and 978,000 people recovered. And Russia is in the 3rd position, 667,000 impacted, close to 10,000 people dead, 437,000 people recovered. India is fastly catching up with Russia. We will be able to control that very soon. 649,000 this morning, 18,000 dead, and 394,000 recovered. Spain is in the fifth. We have several speakers from Spain here also. 297,000 people affected by COVID, 28,000 people dead, and we do not have, as of this morning, recovered numbers. So the COVID is going to affect us in several ways, especially in the economy side. The projected cost of COVID-19 is about $82 trillion over a 5-year period. And 2 out of every 5 jobs lost may not come back in the same area. So inequality gap widens in the society because of that. And COVID-19 will hit hard with cities of developing countries. It will reduce the liquidity in the marketplace. And because of that, there will be increased in borrowing costs. A healthcare digital lifestyle, boon to virtual reality. That's the reason we're going to talk today. Most of it, education side, result in stronger domestic supply chains. Regulatory barriers will fall, an opportunity for innovation, increased economic, e-commerce and online shopping. On the health and education side, rise in use of telemedicine, which we already see it, rise in virtual online education, which we're going to talk about today. Government becomes a big pharma. As you know, India became the major supplier of hydroxychloroquine to the world. And science reigns in again. There will be a lot of research. On the government side, virtual assemblies, parliaments, and Congress sessions are going to be normal. Big governments makes a comeback. Inequality gap widens in the society, lead to political uprising. Electronic voting and voting by mail is going to be a norm. Revived trust in institutions and online transactions will rise. Virtual office, virtual education will be a reality. Big impact on active life and health because people are not going to move around too much. Less communal dining, parties, and places of worships will be limited. Improved environment and clean, that is a good news. You could see Himalayas from Jalandhar, and Delhi is cleaner. Ganga River is clean. So this is the wonderful thing that we are contributing to the environment. So I would like to be very brief in my remarks. The problem is COVID-19 has restricted students' mobility from attending classes on campus due to health concerns, which increase the demand for online education. The pandemic has created an opportunity and an undeniable challenge to teach online and upskill the teaching staff. Inclusive blended learning can enable partnerships between institutions of developed and developing countries to share content and resources to offer affordable quality education at scale. This has been a dream of my mentor, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the former president of India and chief mentor of Lead India Foundation, who proposed a Vision 2020 roadmap to see India as a developed nation by 2020. His theme was to provide affordable quality healthcare, affordable quality education, and preserve and protect this planet for future generations. And while addressing IIM Shillong students on making a livable planet, he collapsed on the stage. He left us around this time on July 27th, 2015. I would like to pay my respects to him, and we remember his contributions to the nation. So here is the current state of education during COVID. Educational instruction is restricted to a completely virtual environment with heavily reliance on virtual platforms like Zoom, which we are using now. Professors struggle to adapt learning materials and to administer exams virtually. Students have lost hands-on access to labs and research facilities. Universities are in danger of bankruptcy, especially not able to attract international students. And here are some of the challenges that need to be addressed. I'm hoping that this conference will address some of those things. Facing many structural disadvantages, for example, access to high-speed internet, especially in the developing countries and underprivileged students, even in the developed nations as well. Impact of travel restrictions and visa opportunity policy changes on foreign students entering US especially. Hands-on learning has been jeopardized by remote learning, especially engineering and medicine. We need to find a way to have some kind of technology like virtual reality to engage them in hands-on experience. Financial implications on universities that are struggling to justify high tuition costs. Students are not willing to pay the tuition, and whereas universities do not have alternate resources to meet their expenses. This is going to be a challenge as well. So where are the opportunities for the future of higher education? Highlighting importance of technology proficiency in an increasing digitized world, increase in access of affordable and high quality education through online learning, opportunity for cross-cultural learning and resource sharing between universities around the world, opportunity for partnerships among developed and developing country institutions, using online learning tools to upskill and reskill low-skilled workers to prepare for Industry 4.0. So these are some of my recommendations and call for action. Conceive and implement policies to offer affordable quality education at scale. Maximize the utilization of technology to connect developed and developing countries. Use innovative methods like virtual reality to provide hands-on learning opportunities. I request all the eminent speakers of this global webinar to propose solutions so that the governments can act fast to deregulate and enable academic institutions to continue to teach. So this is what I wanted to share today. And we're going to have our give me 1 second, please. So today we have very, very important guest with us, Her Excellency, the Governor of Telangana State, Dr. Tamilisai Sundararajan. She's going to be our chief guest and inaugural address. It's my privilege and distinct honor to introduce today's chief guest, the Honorable Governor of Telangana, Her Excellency Dr. Tamilisai Sundararajan. Dr. Sundararajan received her MBBS degree from Madras Medical College. She also specialized in obstetrics and gynecology at Dr. MGR Medical University and received special training in sonology and FET therapy from Canada. She started her profession by working as an assistant professor at Sri Ramachandra Medical College. She then transitioned into her political career as South Chennai District Medical Wing Secretary. She has the National Secretary and Tamil Nadu State Unit President of Bharatiya Janata Party. And she is now serving as the second Governor of Telangana State in India. Let's welcome the Honorable Governor, Her Excellency Tamilisai Sundararajan, to inaugurate the webinar on the impact of COVID-19 on the future of higher education, challenges and opportunities, and address this August gathering with her inaugural message. We would like to welcome our Honorable Governor, Her Excellency Dr. Tamilisai Sundararajan, to address the gathering.
My special greetings on the day of the American Independence Day, and my best wishes to each and everyone connected to the webinar. And I'm really happy to inaugurate the session of impact of COVID-19 on the future of higher education, challenges and the opportunities, jointly organized by the Lead India Foundation USA and JNTU Hyderabad Alumni Association. It's really a great pleasure to get connected with you. And in this era of pandemic, COVID-19, the most affected sector is economy and education. And education, particularly in a developing country like India, which has more than 33,000 universities and more than 33% of students joining the higher education every year, and more than 18% of the students occupy the student population of the international studies. So this is the most important sector should be taken care of. And I should appreciate the Lead India Foundation and the JNTU Hyderabad Alumni Association for selecting the topic which should be dealt with most care and importance in this situation. And my respects to Dr. Hari Garu, Chairman, Lead India Foundation, who has revealed his thoughts in a very excellent way. And my respect to Sri Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and BC JNTU, and my respects to Professor Manuel, and my respects to Professor Antonio Manuel, and my respects to Ms. Afaf Konja, and my respects to Professor Maritz Van Runjen, and my respects to Professor Srinivas, and my respects to Professor Vaidyanathan, and my respects to other eminent speakers and guests, and my dear viewers. Mahatma Gandhi said, education, a true education is that education which adapts itself to the environment. If it is not adapting itself to the environment of the situation which the country or the world faces, it is not a healthy education. So now, because we are from a developing country, and now we have moved into the mode of virtual education, not only virtual education, virtual convocation and virtual internship. So it is rightly pointed out the need, truly the mother of invention or reinvention, actually adopts the situation in India. Not only in India, the whole world is facing such situation. Particularly as a person from India and as a governor of a youngest state, I have to convey the challenges which the higher education faces in India as well as in the state. Here, because it is the critical situation we are facing, the situation of COVID, we have to take care of the physical wellness of the students as well as the psychological wellness of the students. Particularly the student population, they come together and they enjoy the life of the campus. Not only they enjoy the classrooms, enjoy the college campus, enjoy the library, enjoy even the canteen, and so they are denied of all these enjoyments. So we have to focus their studies. It is not only education. As we all know, higher education is not only reading the academic material. It is an experience. It's a lovable, enjoyable experience. So when that experience is denied, and when the student is asked to focus on studies, particularly sitting in front of a computer or a cell phone and focusing their studies, and the technology which is not used by them frequently, and they have to focus on the new experience. So initiating this type of education is little difficult, but there's no any other go. This is the situation where we have the students should not be denied of their education, but they should finish their academic activities. They should be focused on their academic activities, and they should not be denied of their qualification, denied of their degrees. So we are compelled to face this situation, and we should thank our technology, because but for the technology, we cannot communicate the students. So now we are communicating with the students, but in India, 50 crore people are connected with internet. So when we take online classes, as a chancellor of universities, when I assess the online classes by the universities, it was only 60% students could be reached by the internet classes, online classes. So it is not fair that 40% students are denied the education, online education. So the universities has to come up with alternate measures. But I should appreciate, when I interacted with the registrars of various universities, they have come up with digital libraries, digital email material, and digital WhatsApps, so that the students are not denied by the online education. But whatever may be the situation, accepting a change, particularly when there is lockdown, to knock down the virus, accepting the situation and making the children to read, and making the children to accept the situation, and making the children to focus. Even the psychological studies and the survey all over the world, particularly in India, particularly in Telangana, the survey says the online classes cannot compensate the personal classes. But at present, we are compelled to go on online classes. But whatever may be the situation, the students are very clever. They are picking up, and now they are requesting online examinations also. So it is a development. Apart from previously, first they were all hesitant to get the online classes. Now they are experienced and they are asking for online examinations also. Apart from online examinations, I had the experience of online convocation, and now online internship also should be planned, because as it is mentioned earlier, we cannot say when we are going to get rid of COVID. So we have to each and every day. We thought within 1 month we will start the classes, and then after 2 months, after 3 months, now we don't know. So because it's a dragging the period of time, we cannot deny the examination, the internship, and the employment opportunities also. So the big challenge in this COVID situation, not only the education, but the employability also, because the various sectors has felt the insult of the COVID virus, and we have to compensate all these sectors. So what the Indian children are facing, the challenging situation, but I should appreciate they have come out of this challenge and they are facing this challenge. And most of the university students have taken the classes, and then assessment through the online classes, they are doing fairly well in their actually marks. But physically and psychologically, how we are going to deal the students? Even the research and some of the papers presented actually has conveyed sitting in front of the gadgets and listening, it is the most difficult job of the students. And now we have to say, even as a medical doctor, I can say, previously we didn't have symptoms of such IT symptoms. Now we are developing IT symptoms, sitting in front of a gadget for quite a longer time, and then psychological fatigue, and then back pain, and then unable to move, and they are unable to cheer their participation with other students, unable to concentrate on these students. But in spite of all these drawbacks, the students have accepted the online classes, and now they are actually, when I interacted with all the vice chancellors and the registrars, actually they have accepted the situation. That itself a favorable attitude the students have gained. And I should say that not only the psychology of the students, but the psychology of the teachers, teaching faculty should all be safeguarded. as I said, the insult is not only on education, but also on economy. So as it is mentioned by Professor Hari, the students are unable to pay the fees in this situation. When they are unable to pay the fees, then the teaching faculty are unable to get the salary in this situation. When they are unable to get the salary, psychologically, we have to look after their well-being. So all these things are the challenges we have to face. But whatever may be, now I should appreciate we have entered into this a technology mode of education, this vacation mode of education. I can combine that vacation and education, and we can say the COVID has created a situation like education, vacation, edu-vacation, that is online education. But let us all hope for the best so that there is no any gap in the academic activities. So this gap is filled by the online classes. And when they start the regular academic classes, the students are not depth of the continuous academic classes, so that they confidently enter the regular classes. And as I said, now they are prepared to take even the online examinations. And I should say in India, particularly in Telangana, the Health University is ready to take the conduct the online practical examination for the medical students. Because at present, the postgraduate medical students cannot be denied of their examination because the undergraduates requested the postponement of the examination. Even though they are getting the online classes are conducted, the undergraduate examinations are postponed. But the postgraduate examinations cannot be just like that postponed, because the students rely on their future activities, going for higher education and job opportunities. So the universities have come out with idea of online examination, which is unique in its category, but now the students are ready to take it. And now, as I said, as 40% students are denied of their internet facilities, now the universities are coming up with digital libraries. I should say in remote areas, some of the universities are coming up with mobile digital libraries, so that the all the lessons are uploaded in the digitalized manner, and it can be provided. And some of the universities come out with distribution of laptops. You should say in Kerala, the one picture was projected. One girl was so much she was so eager to take on the online classes. She didn't get the she's from a village. She didn't get the internet connection. She climbed the rooftop and she sat on the rooftop and she learned. That's the spirit of the students, because she could convey to the university that she didn't get the internet connection, but she climbed to the rooftop where she got the connection. And some of the pictures projected in Indian students, they are so eager to take the classes. They were sitting on the branches of the trees and they were taking the online classes. This shows the spirit of the students to take the challenge even in this COVID situation. And as I said, now they cannot be denied of their qualification and the convocation. So now virtual convocation, we have entered into a era of virtual convocation. And another thing I have to say, that virtual internship, widening the horizon of the academic activities. Now they are ready to take the internship through virtual media. So these are the challenges and opportunities, job opportunities. Even in the regular actually academic activities, it's a very big challenge to get the job opportunities. But this is the period we have to change ourselves. So that even the job opportunities can be actually can take in a different way. So only our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and the HRD Ministry of the India has come out with a plan of conducting online classes, as India is having 39,931 colleges with 993 universities and 10,725 stand-alone institutions. As Albert Einstein told, the only thing that interferes with my learning is my education. So what only thing which can interfere in my learning is my education. So that is the situation which we are also facing. So whatever may be the challenge, because as it is clearly mentioned about the COVID situation, how is taking on the world and how the medical fraternity is facing the challenges, everything projected by Professor Harry. And I should say, we very boldly and confidently, India is facing this situation. And really, as a chancellor of universities, I can say the universities and the students have overcome this problem in a much easier way than we thought. They took up the online classes, they took up the online tests, they are going to take up the online education, they are going to take up the online internship, they are going to take the online convocation. But I should say this cannot compensate the regular classes, which is highly enjoyable by the students. But this challenge is, this COVID challenge situation has created a challenge, and the studentship and the education sector is facing this challenge. But whatever may be, we will cross this situation, come out from this situation very successfully. And as our Honorable Abdul Kalam said, it is not the dream which you visualize in your sleep, during your sleep. It is the dream which won't allow you to sleep. So that is towards the dream our Indian students are traveling. And I am really happy that I got the opportunity to get connected, and let us face the challenge. Let us come out successfully combating the COVID. And I should say the higher education and the research activities at Telangana and India, we are on culture and virus culture and inventing medicine for this situation, and even inventing immunization for this situation, and vaccine for coming out with vaccine in this situation. So the education system in India is so confident that we can come out with some medicines and vaccinations, and to combat this situation, I plead each and everyone, so that we have to support the student community to come out from this, to face this challenge, as well as to come out from the very challenging situation. I believe I wish that we come out with a proper medication for this situation, and also come out with vaccine. So our education system will be rewarded much by this situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for a wonderful message, and also remembering Dr. Abdul Kalam, whose dream was to provide affordable quality education. I think India has to turn this adversity into opportunity to ensure everybody gets educated in competition with the corporate schools. And the government of India has already done the wonderful job of providing digital connection to the digital India, to every nook and corner of India. And every school should have a digital classroom fully equipped. And this is a wonderful time to transform our young minds into responsible citizens. As Dr. Kalam said, by 2020, average age of an Indian is going to be, working age of an Indian is going to be 29 years. Every 1 in 5 in the world going to be the Indian origin person working. If you don't transform them into responsible citizens, it will be disaster for India and disaster for the rest of the world as well. Unfortunately, the COVID has impacted India and many other countries, and it is time for us to use technology to the fullest extent and to make sure that we provide quality healthcare, quality education, and also preserve and protect this planet for future generations. Kalam's dream was to provide urban amenities to the local areas. So electronic connectivity, health connectivity, education connectivity, and grid independent energy connectivity, ultimately leading to financial connectivity that will reduce the migration of rural people to urban areas, will not crowd the cities. So the country will develop holistically. I think your message is wonderful. I'm glad you were able to say with us. And at this time, since the governor ended her speech, I would like to request all to rise for the Indian national anthem one more time.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. So now Her Excellency will continue to stay with us for some more time. Ma'am, please stay with us and listen to this distinguished guest from several parts of the world, and they would really appreciate. And your message was very straightforward, and you are fully engaged. And I see you actively attending events in the healthcare side, education side. We are very happy to have you as the governor of Telangana state. So it's wonderful to have you, ma'am. So now I would like to switch on to the next program. So we have our next guest is Honorable Shri Jayesh Ranjanji. He is going to deliver the inaugural keynote today. Honorable Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, he is currently serving as the Principal Secretary of the Industries and Commerce and Information Technology Departments of the Telangana State Government, where he develops policy frameworks and promotes digital empowerment of the citizens. He has previously worked in the tribal development, natural resources management, and poverty alleviation sectors. He holds a master's degree in psychology from Delhi University, a business management degree from the Indian Institute of Management, and also a public management degree from the National University of Singapore. He was the All India topper of his Indian Administrative Service batch of 1992. He is currently part of the National Pool of Trainers in Leadership, where he trains and mentors newly recruited civil servants. And he is also serving currently as the Vice Chancellor of the Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University. So let's have a warm welcome to Honorable Shri Jayesh Ranjan to deliver the inaugural keynote address.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hari. Her Excellency, respected Governor of the state of Telangana, distinguished fellow panelists, participants. It's a matter of great honor to be utilizing this platform and sharing some perspectives about the future of higher education in the present pandemic situation. I would like to introduce a perspective which in some ways is very similar to what Her Excellency mentioned. I would like to say that if you look at what the learning outcomes are expected from an university education, how can we use this adversity while we do not have the facility of a face-to-face classroom situation? How can we still make the best use of what is possible, what is doable, and ensure that these learning outcomes are delivered in a better way? We all know that despite having face-to-face classroom interactions in thousands of colleges and universities, etc., students who come out or who pass out of these universities are of different kinds. There are some, of course, very self-motivated and meritorious students. Her Excellency spoke about some students who are so enthusiastic that they are trying to find where the network connectivity is available, and their that keenness is there to go and use that connectivity. But we also know that there are a large number of students who are not so self-motivated. And how do we use this opportunity to ensure that the learning outcomes are the best for them also? See, as we all understand, the university education basically has three learning outcomes. One, we want the students to come out with right kind of knowledge, whatever subject they are studying in the university. They must develop thorough knowledge in that subject. Second, the university students are typically at the threshold of entering into the job market, or some of them become entrepreneurs. So we also expect them to develop those kind of job skills, how to work in a company, how to communicate, how to work in a team, all these skills that we typically call as soft skills. If you're becoming an entrepreneur, then ability to run an organization, manage a team, and so on and so forth. And the third very important learning outcome is that university students typically are entering society as a mature adult. They are already, most of them have got the right to vote, so they can make judgments, political decisions. So we also expect them that their personality is holistically developed and they become very valuable and contributing members of the society. But as I mentioned a while ago, are we able to achieve 100% of these learning outcomes in a face-to-face classroom situation? JNTU, as all of you would be aware, is not only a teaching university. We have our own college in Kukatpalli, and as all of you know, Dr. Hari studied in that college. We have colleges in Sultanpur, Jagtial, Manthani, but we are also a degree granting and an administrative institution under which there are 240 other colleges. And as you would imagine, many of these colleges are in rural areas, remote areas. Because of their remoteness, the best faculty does not go to those kind of colleges. There are some institutions where the stream of revenues are less, so they are not able to provide a very high sophisticated laboratory. So multiple challenges are there. Students are not self-motivated, a vast majority of them. Then remoteness of the college, not able to attract the best faculty, etc., etc. So my opinion is that barring extremely bright students who get good quality facilities, we are not able to achieve these learning outcomes, these three outcomes that I spoke about: providing 100% knowledge, providing 100% skills, and developing the student's personality 100%. We fall short of all these things. That is the reality. I mean, we may deny it, but unfortunately, that is the reality. But at the same time, while this is the reality, is the present pandemic giving us a better opportunity to do some of these things in a different way and hope that those learning outcomes are improved? So my personal view is that we have that opportunity. And Honorable Her Excellency Ma'am spoke about online classes. We are so far only talking about an internet-based classroom. Like right now, we are all interacting. I see in my screen there are 41 participants. Lots of other eminent people are in this conference. But what about the broadcast medium? In fact, today, even if you are a very remotely located person, even if you come from a very poor family, there is a very strong likelihood, at least in Telangana, that you will own a television set which will be supported by a cable connection, and you will have access to multiple channels. Can we telecast lessons when, even if there is no internet, there is a television? So similarly, as Honorable Madam pointed out, some students will be keen. So even if you don't have internet access all the time, can I record my lessons and put them on YouTube, which you go and access at a later point in time whenever you have access to connectivity? And in my opinion, today, we are not able to impart 100% knowledge to the student in a classroom because they are at a different pace of learning. A bright student will grasp everything. He will understand all the complicated engineering concepts which his professor is telling in the class itself, because he'll be attentive, he'll be understanding, he would have gone through some of these preliminary courses thoroughly, so he's able to grasp everything. But a large majority of them, they come to the class, the lecturer is telling something, it all goes above their head. But if you tell them that I have a recorded YouTube lesson, you can see it 2 times, you can see it 5 times, you can see it 10 times. So obviously the quantum of learning, the quality of learning, the depth of learning can be much, much better if you can think of this way. Honorable Ma'am mentioned of a very, very important concept. See, all of us have studied, we have completed our professional education, and we are in our respective professions. I can tell you, I mean, I was introduced and you mentioned about, I've studied in the best possible universities, not just in this country. I have also studied in the best possible university in the United States. And I can tell you that despite going through the best possible universities, even I can still be honest and tell to you that I did not find every part of my course relevant to the work which I do. If you ask any engineer how much of what you learned in your classes is relevant to your job, you will find a very surprising answer. And the answer may even be 0%. You talk to any professional, barring medical professionals, because they learn actual ways of treatment and how to deal with the human body. So if you look at engineers or business management professionals, I've gone to a business school. I can tell you that very little of what was taught in my business school is relevant in the actual world. So then the question is that why do we so much focused on that course content itself? As Madam has been repeatedly pointing out, why don't we blend internship along with the course? Why don't we reduce the burden of memorizing some bookish things, reproducing it in an exams, getting some degree and claiming that I become a graduate or I've become a postgraduate or I've become a PhD? Why continue with this kind of a farce? Why not substitute all that, except for the very basic knowledge which every professional of that discipline must have? Why can't I substitute all that with internship? That's an extremely valuable point. And if it is not possible to do it physically, why don't we do it virtually? I'm sure all the IT companies, all the technology companies, manufacturing companies, they will be very happy to take interns on a payment basis, actually, because this is a circumstance where they typically have difficulties in making 100% wage payments to their staff because of the loss of revenues they suffered in the lockdown, etc. So if we can re-examine the way we are reaching our learning outcomes, I mentioned that development of skills is also a learning outcome, which of course is not something which is taught in a very direct way in our universities. But because this kind of a blended learning is a possibility, why not do that? Assessment also, why are we focused so much on an exam and then we are debating whether to have a real exam, that is a physical exam, or whether do we do an online exam? Why not have a scenario in which every module that you study, either through YouTube or through television, you are expected to answer some questions or write an essay or submit some assignment, which contributes to the grading of your knowledge and skill and performance, etc. So multiple ways in which we have to revamp our educational system so that the learning outcomes are better. And this is the right opportunity. I mean, multiple disruptions has happened in different kinds of activities. The disruption that we are seeing in the education sector is enormous, but it gives us a great opportunity to completely transform the way learning is thought of in a higher education institution. I'll be very keen. Of course, I'm a officiating vice chancellor, but somehow I have been able to complete almost 1 year of this officiating tenure. So if I'm retained for some more time, I'll be very happy to bring some of these reforms, some of these changes. And I'm very glad that we have such a knowledgeable and supportive chancellor in the form of Her Excellency, the Governor. So I would hope that these kind of reforms happen in Telangana. Telangana is known as a state which has pioneered reforms. I'm also the industry secretary. I'm also the IT secretary. All of you would be aware about the great strides we have taken in these sectors, and all that has happened because of reforms. So education is a great opportunity to reform in a very, very disruptive way. And I do hope that I'll get better ideas. I mean, these are just some of my ideas. I know lots of experts are there in today's seminar. I would like to listen to all of them and stay connected with all of them later on also. So I thank once again Dr. Hari Epanapalli. He's a very distinguished alumnus of our JNTU system. So thank you very much for organizing it. Congratulations to all of your colleagues in the Lead India Foundation US chapter also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful message. I would like to echo Dr. Kalam's message again. He was born in a small fisherman village, became an aeronautical engineer, became a rocket scientist, a missile scientist, received the highest civilian honor, Bharat Ratna, and eventually became the President of India. He was a true citizen and providing opportunities to everybody like that. Some people are born in remote villages, some people born into Tata's, Birla's families. They have the access to all the natural and resources, but other people do not have. If the technology can fill that gap with the kind of message you provided, invest in education, invest in healthcare to keep India educated and keep India healthy. That was the motto Dr. Kalam promoted. Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful. And I would like to see your active participation in this kind of sessions because you are very knowledgeable based on your academic credentials. Wonderful, wonderful experience that you could contribute to transforming the way we educate our children using technology. And COVID is an adversity, but now we need to turn this into an opportunity to transform our young, productive minds with appropriate skills. Skilling is important. When they graduate out of the school, they may not have the skills, but they are getting out with the degrees. So now with your message, you indicated that we need to have some kind of internship while they are in the college itself. They don't need to go get training again after they graduate. So they should have full employable skills the moment they come out to the graduate with their degree. So this is a very opportunistic time for us, India, to develop as a resource hub for the human resources to serve the world. Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful thing. Stay as long as you can, sir. Please listen to these experts. They came prepared to provide various recommendations that Telangana government can seriously consider implementing them. And now I would like to request a special guest that we have surprisingly joined us. So I would like to introduce Justice V. Ishwaraya Garu. He was the former National BC Commission Chairman at the national level. And he also served as the acting Chief Justice of High Court of Andhra Pradesh when the combined state was there. Now currently he's serving as the chairman of the Higher Education Regulatory Commission in the state of Andhra Pradesh. I would like to request Justice Ishwaraya ji to provide his brief remarks on the future of higher education and the kind of transformation he's looking into as the chairman of the Higher Education Regulatory Commission. Justice Ishwaraya.
Thank you, Hari. The Honorable Governor of the State of Telangana, Our Excellency, Sri Dr. Tamilisai Soundarajan, and my dear friend Hari Ippanapalli, and Sri J.S. Ranjan, IAS, and who is holding Secretary of IT and Industries also additional charge, and as a Vice Chancellor. When J.S. Ranjan was speaking, I was remembering my Vice Chancellor Jagan Mohan Reddy. Usmania University degrees were not used to be recognized by the foreign countries. In such a time, the Jagan Mohan Reddy came, then he again uplifted the quality and the value of the Usmania University. I think J.S. Ranjan also now is a very, very, very dynamic and excellent administrator. And such a man holding the two posts and requesting to continue, I think Honorable Governor and Chief Minister should request him as long as he would like to act as a Vice Chancellor of JNTU. Because such Vice Chancellors are there, then really it will be great transformation of the education system itself. Insofar the education is concerned, I would like to say now there are physical education and another is spiritual education. Therefore, what we are learning today is everything for the well-being and for the wellness of the invisible and spiritual being only. Therefore, what we are learning today is a material education, and without knowing that this should be useful for the spiritual education. Therefore, the material education and non-material education. Recently, I am very happy to know that the spiritual education, some courses also have been introduced in the universities about the spiritual education. Then Annamalai University, then all other universities also, some classes have been introduced. Therefore, now insofar as the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic is concerned, what will be its effect on the future of higher education? All of us know education is enlightenment. Education is knowledge. Education should be useful for the self, for the society, for the environment. Not the negative education, but it's a useful education. As the Vice Chancellor said, the many of the educationists who studies various courses, it's not useful for the day-to-day life. and except the medical education and legal education to some extent, but all other educations are at all not useful. Therefore, the technology, the skill has to be introduced in the education system. Unless the skills are introduced, he should be able to live independently, whether he gets a job or not. If he is a agriculturist, if he is a whatever profession he is carrying, he belongs to whatever profession, he should be able to live with sustainable skills and with sustainable development. Therefore, insofar as about the education, Honorable Governor and Sri Vice Chancellor said, I will not go into the expertise of the subjects, but only I request the experts and the speakers, you please also put a thought, then what is the education? Education, you know, what kind of the education we have? What is the use of finding the atomic bombs or hydrogen bombs and the COVID in the this lab of the China? So what for that kind of the destructive education is not useful for the society, for the country, for the nature. And then one more thing, then excellently the Vice Chancellor said, it is for a change, it's for a paradigm change this COVID is making to learn every human being. There is a change in the lifestyle of each and every human being, each and every occupation, each and every field, each and every department. Therefore, we have to learn the lesson and overcome these tests. Today, maybe the COVID-19 pandemic, today may be the earthquake, tomorrow may be the civil war, day after tomorrow may be atomic wars. We don't know what is going to be become. Therefore, this is only a change. It's a transforming. This is a changing scenario. Therefore, nothing can be created, nothing can be destructed, but it transforms, it changes. Therefore, matter cannot be destructed, matter cannot be created, but it undergoes the changes only. Therefore, this planet will exist always, but it will change. Maybe some portion will completely inundated, completely this thing, some portion maybe come out of it. Therefore, now, why should we live under the fear, under the threat? Because the being doesn't die, soul doesn't die, we change our body only, because everything is an eternal. So therefore, it is, according to me, it is for a new beginning, new innovation. Once upon a time, we were having the highest civilization, Pushpaka Vimans, the sophisticated technology was there. Therefore, that kind of the technology we have to innovate now, and we should coexist. Therefore, this, as Vice Chancellor has very innovatively stated, we have to introduce the new technology, new system, and COVID. Many people are dying because of the fear, because of the insecurity, because of not understanding. Then just now somebody says the COVID will not do anything for every human being. If you by hot water vapor, if you take 4 times, gargle 4 times, then 4 times something come kashayam something, COVID will not do nothing. But what happened? Suppose 2 months everything was locked down. No hospital, no patient was in the hospital. Environment is cleaned. Health has become it's only mental makeup. It's a psychosomatic the fearness. Therefore, we should not fear for the COVID. We should not fear for anything, because we exist for always. As we change our dress, we change our body and address. That's all. Therefore, everything for the better only, everything for the transformation, everything for the good only. We should have the tremendous positive attitude. Then go ahead. I think this COVID-19 is a beginning. Many more things, challenges are going to come. By this, we have to learn the technology. We have to learn to coexist. We have to learn to live, because many more things are going to come. We have to face, according to me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Justice Ishwaraya ji, for a wonderful message. So we need to transform these people into human beings as well. I think your spiritual message is truly need of the hour, and people are drifting away from nature. That's the reason we're having all these problems. And hopefully the governments can act and bring in. One message Dr. Kalam mentioned was encourage people to have dinner together. And those families who had dinner together, they stayed together in life. There's a study done in the UK. and they were more successful than compared to the people who did not have dinner together with their families. So this is something that Dr. Kalam wanted to promote as a spiritual education to develop peace and harmony, one family at a time. So whole nation will be in peace and the world will be in peace. Thank you very much, Justice Ishwaraya ji, for your wonderful message and coming on in a short notice. Be safe and be careful. So the next thing we're going to have is transition into our program for keynote speakers. So MCs, are you ready?
Yes.
So we have 3 MCs today. Madhuri Guje, who is going to manage the rest of the program. And we have Samir Ipanapalli, who is going to be the MC, and Vaishnavi Chipa. So they are wonderful, highly educated people. And all of them are from US. And I will have Madhuri to manage next segment of this keynote speakers.
We have 10 wonderful keynote and guest speakers today, and each have unique insight and ideas to share about the impact of COVID-19 on the future of higher education, challenges and opportunities. First, we have Professor Antonio Manuel Almeida Diaz. He is a doctor in medicine, physiological and pharmacological science. From 2000 to 2018, he was the scientific coordinator of 65 post-graduations in the health field. He has an executive master's in management and health administration and is now the president of the North Polytechnic Institute of Health, as well as director of the Ave Superior School of Health. He is the chairman of the board of directors at CESPU University and a professor of physiology and health sciences at varying institutions. He is also a part of the board of directors at PEA and works towards the development of educational institutions in Africa. Now, I would like to request Professor Diaz to deliver his keynote.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the organizers of this webinar for the invitation to be present as a speaker. What honors me a lot. I also want to salute all participants in this event and in a special way, Dr. Hari Apanapalli. I hope the result of his sharing of ideas and experiences will contribute to a preview of what higher education will be after the current pandemic. The proposed theme is challenging because, in addition to being extremely timely, it leads us to remove from a dangerous world public health situation what positive can introduce in the future of university education. My modest contribution to this webinar will be based on my experience as responsible for the CESPU group that manages a set of university institutions dedicated to teaching and research in areas of health science and technologies. CESPU is a polytechnic and university higher education cooperative created in 1982 in Portugal, and today it is also present in Angola, Brazil, Spain, and Morocco. Due to this geographical dispersion, we ended up having different experiences resulting from the impact of the pandemic, leading us to develop a set of actions that I will summarize. First, we interrupted the face-to-face classes, with theoretical classes being taught at a distance, supported by 2 major platforms, Moodle and Zoom. And at the same time, all academic and administrative service started to be developed in telework. In order to quickly achieve these objectives, we developed intensive courses and training sessions for all teachers and other workers. Second, we equipped all our facilities with necessary biosafety measures to guarantee a safe return to the institutions. Third, we started as possible practical classes and internships. This in a real work environment. This was the biggest challenge because the acquisition of clinical skills and the indispensable training for the exercise of the different professions in health sector is done in hospitals, clinics, and public health unities. Fourth, we prepare institutions for the near future. On this point, we choose to provide guidance for the next academic year to be planned so that the activity is developed under the threat of new pandemic waves. In this sense, all planning includes theoretical distance learning and practical teaching in small groups of students and using all the necessary biosafety devices. From the experiences obtained so far, in addition to the strong adhesion of the whole community to the changes, I emphasize a greater presence of students in the theoretical classes taught via Zoom when compared to the presence in the classrooms. As for practical teaching, by reducing the number of students in each work group, there is a greater use of training time. In relation to the evaluation already carried out, there are no significant differences in relation to the previous years. With regard to scientific research, some of our group have temporarily slowed down their current activity to support the development of execution of COVID-19 diagnosis tests in partnership with other institutions. But after pandemic is over, how will universities be around the world? Despite being difficult to predict, I'm convinced that they will be institutions closer to the society and the economy. Teaching will have new technologies available, probably supported by advances in artificial intelligence. The educational model will probably fall on hybrid systems, like the one described by my good friend and colleague, Professor Garabal, from the Faculty of Medicine of University of Santiago Compostela in Spain. These changes will allow the best teachers to share their knowledge with students from different continents and will allow students from different universities around the world to have an appropriate training in universally accepted skills, allowing them to work in any region of the globe. With regard to scientific research and the respective production and dissemination of knowledge, I believe that there will be less and less political, cultural, and social barriers. It may be that this pandemic that has already caused so much damage to humanity will accelerate important changes in higher education, bringing it closer to universality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Diaz. It's a wonderful message. I'm glad you're already implementing a lot of technology in your institutions, and especially in the field of medicine, a lot more creativity. Most likely the virtual reality can come into play to provide hands-on virtual experience for your students. Again, thank you very much, and I look forward to getting your insights more to make some recommendations to different governments to act upon, especially on the field of medicine. So now I would like to request the MCs to introduce the next guest. Before doing that, I would like to recognize the presence of P. Narahari, IAS from Madhya Pradesh. He is the principal secretary there, and thank you, sir, for joining us. And depending on the time, we will give you some opportunity to speak as well later in the program. Madhuri, go ahead.
Our next speaker today is Dr. S. Srinivas Kumar, a faculty member of Electronics and Communication Engineering at Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad, since 1987. Currently, he is Vice Chancellor at JNTU University, Anantapur. He has delivered more than 85 visiting lectures at reputed teaching institutes, and has 69 research publications in national and international journals. He has supervised 14 PhD theses in the area of image processing and antennas, and is contributing to the development of JNTU Anantapur on the academics, infrastructure, and research front. Now I welcome Professor Kumar to deliver his keynote.
Very good day. Indeed, I'm very happy to associate with all the distinguished persons today. And a very happy American Independence Day. I'm wishing you all very happy time. Indeed, I would like to recollect and say that it is not only the American Independence Day, it is a great patriot, Alluri Sitaramaraju Gari birthday also. And thereby attending to this function on the day of Alluri Sitaramarraju's birthday, I feel it very, very happy, great patriot. Indeed, higher education should be at the doorsteps of the poor persons. That leads to the development of the country. And I would like to present my views in this regard. Sri Krishna and Kuchela, they have become good friends only in the Gurukul, not through online. And they have become very, very closely related only through Gurukul. So I say that there is no substitute to the universities or the institutions, and it is only a sort of a alternate approach. I will not say it is a substitute for the regular teaching. But still, the pandemic situation like COVID-19, we have to address this kind of situations. So we are going for the online mode of teaching. And knowledge acquisition, knowledge dissemination, knowledge application, knowledge preservation, knowledge creation, knowledge evaluation are the parameters to be considered in the education sector. And also the skills like professional skills, communication skills, presentation skills, and life skills are another aspect to be considered in the education sector. And human values to be built, and the harmony within self, within the organization, within the faculty members or family members, within the nature, and to be happy and make others to be happy are another important points to be considered. Today, the COVID-19 is only because of lack of harmony with the nature that has resulted this pandemic situation. And universities that provide the higher education should provide the platform to do needful, to think in these directions. And however, due to lack of capable faculty members, lack of quality library resources, and also laboratories are becoming a hindrance for the development of the higher education. Presently, the gross enrollment ratio, if we consider, it is hardly 27%, which is very less compared to the other developed and developing countries. The scenario is to be changed by allocating more budget for the education sector by both central governments as well as the state governments. And today, if we see 80% of the students studying in the state universities and the affiliated universities or affiliated institutions are addressed by the state governments, which are not able to cater to the needs. Only 20% of the students studying in the higher learning institutions like IITs, central universities, NITs, IIMs are served by the central government funding. This scenario is to be changed definitely, and we should try to provide more budget for the education sector, in particular to the state universities and to the affiliating institutions. And GER means it is not gross enrollment ratio, it should be renamed as gross employment ratio. The reason is students are competent enough to meet the industrial requirements only if the employability or employment skills are improved. The quality of the research and education is only to obtain the degree, but not to meet the standards of the industries and society. Thereby, the quality of the education and GER both should be given equal importance. That is both quality and as well as quantified. In the scenario of COVID-19, it is required to rethink about the quality education and facilities in the universities, and also facilities that can be offered by the government. Most of the students are not having the electronic gadgets. the bandwidth is insufficient. In such a scenario, trying to provide the online education is very, very difficult, and we cannot make it more successful unless we try to provide the opportunity to learn the students and see that the bandwidth is provided to the students. And that is possible, as the Jayesh Ranjan rightly said, we have to provide the broadcast not only through the internet facility. The higher education in the rural areas have to be given emphasis by planning virtual university system. And what I mean to say virtual university system is online teaching, online examination, online evaluation, and university should offer the courses that are blended mode, that is both in online as well as offline. And instead of credits to be offered by the university, a credit bank can be considered, and student can attend the courses offered by different universities based on his based on the vicinity, and online platform how to be planned. And the total credits, the total credit needs to be reworked with self-financing, self-learning credits, classroom credits, and out of the campus earning credits and collaborative learning credits. Thereby the total number of credits is to be reworked out. And one of the major problem, bandwidth for the online teaching and evaluation can be solved by discussing with ISRO officials and plan for constellation of satellites for education purpose, that is low orbit satellites, which can cater to the needs of the remote village students, so that we can reach the students who are in the remote villages. Another temporary problem that can solve to have the good bandwidth is the neighboring institutions to the student. That is Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University student is somewhere staying near to the Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Kakinada, then the student should be in a position to make use of the bandwidth that is available in the JNTU Kakinada, so that the student can make use of that particular bandwidth and the problem can be solved, because the bandwidth will not be the hindrance for education himself. And electronic gadgets, laptops should be made mandatory with support of the government and through bank loans or reasonable interests. And design of the new curriculum based on the application-oriented courses. In particular, Bloom's taxonomy or revised Bloom's taxonomy has to be considered. And instead of planning for library resources, it is good to plan for consortium of the institutions to procure library resources at lesser cost and for easy accessibility to the student. Rightly said, it is a mobile library that is very, very useful than having a fixed library. It is very important to plan for it. The internet service providers also should reduce the cost for the students. The entire economic model for the teaching organizations should be revamped and to reach to the poor students. Education, health, agriculture sectors are prime importance for the development of the country, and learn while earn or earn while learn have to be prime mottos for the poor students, and accordingly the government has to plan for the development of the education sector. MSMEs and agriculture sector both have to be integrated to provide the employment to the rural people while educating themselves to reach the heights. And poorness should not be the criteria to reach to the new heights due to the lack of education, and education should be made mandatory. Instead of giving importance for the employment, importance is to be given for the employable skills, and collaboration with the industries, higher learning institutions, and the foreign universities have to be planned. More online courses like SWAYAM have to be planned. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And with the collaboration of the foreign universities, the people who are working abroad, definitely India can solve many problems, and India will be the pioneering country. Definitely it is one of the best countries, and I'm sure we can easily overcome the COVID-19 problem, and we'll try to pioneer in many, not only the education sector, in many other sectors also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Srinivas Kumar, for joining us today and delivering a wonderful keynote. So I agree with you. I think there are a lot more collaborations have to happen with the developing countries and the developed countries like MITs, Harvard, Stanfords, have to share their knowledge at very low cost to propagate and educate the people, make it affordable, and reach the rural India as much as possible, and in Africa and other parts of the world. So skilling is also very important, and the skill development program has to be integrated fully into the regular colleges and universities. So the Government of India came up with a new education policy. I think because of the COVID, they need to rethink about it and republish with expert opinions from people like you. And it is still pending in the parliament as a bill. But hopefully it will be reconstituted and do that. I was delivering a keynote at the University of Bangalore on November 11th last year. And I made my points very clear that having the skills at the same time while educating is important. Thank you very much, sir. Now we would like to go to the next speaker. Before we do that, I just want to make one announcement. We're running about 40 minutes late, and please stick to your time schedules given to you for each one of us. We allocated some time. Please respect that so that we don't lose the live broadcast. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Afaf Konja, is the former spokesperson for the UN General Assembly. As a communication expert, she has experience building strategic campaigns, chairing and moderating high-level UN meetings and conferences, and hosting and producing live talk shows. She has interviewed political and cross-sector leaders around the world, including heads of states and governments, the United Nations Secretary General, and UN General Assembly presidents. She focuses on sustainable development along with political, economic, and social issues in the global south. Now I request Ms. Konja to deliver her keynote address on why quality online higher education that embraces integrity is so necessary today.
Thank you so much. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning from San Diego, California, and happy 4th of July. And thank you for the beautiful acknowledgement with the anthem. Let me first thank the Lead India Foundation, Dr. Epanapalli, for your leadership, my dear friend, Professor Freire Garabal, for his kind invitation here today. Dear Excellency, dear Justice, dear Principal Secretary, my dear fellow keynote speakers, and our dear distinguished guest speakers. In offering the US perspective from a geopolitical viewpoint on higher education and on the issues at hand that deal directly or indirectly with the COVID-19 pandemic, allow me to begin my intervention with a quote intended to invoke a deeper resonance as to what I will be sharing with you all today. And I quote, "America is like a healthy body and its resistance is threefold: its patriotism, its morality, and its spiritual life. If we can undermine these three areas, America will collapse from within." Unquote, Joseph Stalin. I would like to focus our attention on the role of public policy and institutions that have manipulated our educational system and crafted mechanisms to subvert America from the inside, including by the use of our very own university campuses as vehicles for this dark agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been witnessing a systematic grinding down of the United States of America to usher in nothing less than a communist agenda, rolled out by the radical left, engineered by an elitist ruling class cabal whose participants are bought in large part by the Chinese central government, and who many experts believe the COVID-19 pandemic may well be a part of, but intelligence will tell us, hopefully in the near future, what the clear facts are. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been witnessing something that I would say in full confidence, because specific goals and their networks have been uncovered and exposed by several intelligence sources, including award-winning documentaries by former political entities, and thankfully, as a former television journalist myself, through independent reporting, pointing to an agenda that dates back to 1992, outlined by the American Communist Party. And this movement has its roots from the 1950s, according to former FBI agent, Mr. Cleon Skousen. This agenda also targets the disintegration of the economy, which we've all been witnessing as a result of COVID-19, as well as manufactured environmental movements that had to even change the term of global warming quote unquote, to a more marketable vague term we all know now as climate change, designed to destroy America's free markets. This communist agenda also includes the deterioration of the family and the elimination of prayer in school, which we have also witnessed, on the grounds that it, quote, violates the principle of separation of church and state. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, the separation of church and state legislation was created to protect the church and religious freedoms from state control. The control agenda includes a stronghold of the school system being used as a transition belt first towards socialism by shifting history from the textbooks inside the classrooms and canceling history outside the classrooms by tearing down statues. We've all witnessed this most recently from the Marxist movement called Black Lives Matter. And finally, reshaping the entire curriculum by getting control of teacher associations. The effect this has had on students doesn't stop at brainwashing. There has been a sharp rise in students dropping out. Reports tell us of college students experiencing more anxiety, mental breakdowns, and even more suicide. This phenomenon is not particular to the US. The United Kingdom and Australia have reported similar findings. For example, England and Wales reported 4.7 deaths per 100,000 students. Ladies and gentlemen, this equates to 95 suicides, or about 1 death every 4 days of a college student from a 2017 finding. This is unacceptable. The radical agenda has been able to succeed because universities remain a sort of hotbed of leftist ideology that guarantees that professors continue hiring their own successors. The university system is structurally flawed here in the United States because the PhD system's sitting professors approve the work of like-minded future professors. This has made universities become an echo chamber, if you will, promoting a socialist agenda, because conservative professors are dramatically outnumbered to this day. Therefore, capitalistic views or free market mechanisms are taught to be viewed as evil, or at the very least unfair to the students being turned into tools for this agenda, inadvertently accepting socialism as a form of some prized utopia, not knowing that it serves as a doorway to slip into communism. We hardly heard any conflicting voices because of the cancel culture here in the United States that had been sprung up across our country, shutting down any conflicting viewpoints, making graduates more bewildered after graduating, because that's simply not how the real world works, as we all know. A stark example of this is the Confucius Institute of the Chinese central government. According to FBI Director Christopher Wray, who for the last several years has been publicly warning colleges across our country that these Confucius institutes are, quote, part of China's soft power strategy and influence because they offer a platform to disseminate Chinese government or Chinese Communist Party propaganda, to encourage censorship in order to restrict academic freedom. This is a major problem. These Chinese government-funded Confucius institutes entered US and global campuses under the guise of teaching the Chinese language and the Chinese culture. But US lawmakers have publicly identified them as a threat to the nation's security by serving as a platform for China's intelligence collection and political agenda. Even Li Chongchang, a senior member of the Chinese Communist Party, openly declared Confucius Institutes, and I quote, as an important part of China's overseas propaganda setup. Let's keep in mind that the origination of the COVID-19 has been sourced as Wuhan, China. Greater facts continue to connect the dots, exposing the Chinese government's plan, like the manipulation of Western politicians and business leaders into thinking China was evolving toward democracy and capitalism. In fact, political analysts inform us that China's intent was to acquire American capital, our technology, to modernize and empower itself. The Bush administration, the Clinton administration, and the Obama administrations have played major roles in helping China's game plan. because over the last 20 to 30 years, it's been documented that we, the United States, have equipped the Chinese with much of what they needed to match us technologically, in trade, and with mass production. And this is quite obvious, I think, to everyone, especially our expert panelists here speaking today. Experts from within the United States inform us that hundreds of billions of Western dollars have been spent developing China and its state-owned business enterprises. Thankfully, ladies and gentlemen, the United States finally has an action-oriented president who is disrupting the Chinese plan by vocally and strategically intensifying the gaps and blocks against the downright lawlessness exposed by the Chinese government. And this, although be it a political, geopolitical, perhaps more economic perspective, affects our educational system and our freedoms directly. Therefore, there is not only a strong need, but a great imperative to support and expand the work we are all doing and the promise of the platforms that you all provide, like the online offerings of the Al Khalifa Business School and the distinguished universities and organizations represented here today, coupled with our integral work and advocacy for the greater goal of quality education and access to quality education, higher education for all peoples everywhere in the world. I trust, ladies and gentlemen, that together we will see the renewal of not only great universities, yet also the rebirth of a great world for us together. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Afaf. It's wonderful having you here, and appreciate you joining us in such a short notice.
It's my honor.
Next, we have Professor E. Vayunandan, who is the Honorable Vice Chancellor at Yashwantrao Chavin, Maharashtra Open University. He has a master's in public administration, master's in philosophy, a PhD, and 30 years of teaching and research experience. He worked in Indira Gandhi National Open University from 1987 to 2017 as the coordinator of the PhD, Master of Public Administration, and postgraduate urban governance programs. He has also worked as the director of National ODL Center for Local Governance, and his areas of research are administrative theory, governance, labor administration, and public policy. Now let's welcome Professor Vayunandan to deliver his keynote.
Her Excellency Srimati Dr. Tamil Sai Soundararajan, Dr. Hari Ippanapalli, the chairman of the Lead India Foundation, and Sri J.S. Ranjanji, IAS, Secretary IT and officiating Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad, and my dear friend Ravi Ayagari. Namaskar. Happy Independence Day for Americans. Being a Vice Chancellor of a Open University, and no doubt the topic of this today is the impact of COVID-19 on the future of higher education. So I think in this panel, I'm representing the open distance learning. I'm a product of Usmania University, Hyderabad. I'm from Telangana. No doubt I'm serving in Maharashtra as a Vice Chancellor after my 30 years as a faculty at Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. I will just concentrate on the open distance learning, how this COVID situation, what are the opportunities we got in this open distance learning. First of all, I think it is the Andhra Pradesh Open University, which was the first open university started by late Professor G. Ram Reddy. He is the founder of the distance education in India. And that is what I think it has become a role model to all other states, and all other states started open universities in India. And Indira Gandhi National Open University was started by, at the national level, by the same Professor G. Ram Reddy. Here, I think someone was talking, the speakers, about the gross enrollment ratio. I think recently we had a meeting, all the Open University Vice Chancellor had a meeting with the Secretary MHRD, stating that if the gross enrollment ratio has to be increased from 26.3 to 40%, it is only the open universities which can come and forward and can do this. And that is where they were also now integrating the ODL regulations with the online regulations, so that the open distance learning, now as rightly said by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, convert this crisis into opportunities. Yes, there are a lot of crises, no doubt equally there are a lot of opportunities also. This situation has shown us a lot of opportunities. So as we all open universities, right from the beginning, we had this blended approach. Now everywhere we are talking about blended approach, online, online, online. First of all, we have to be very clear which areas we have to be online. Coming to the open university, the first we started
Sir, we could not hear you. So Madhuri, while this is being rectified, we will move on to the next speaker. When Professor White comes again, we will resume his conversation. So meanwhile, I would like to recognize the presence of Vibhav Upadhyaya. So he's the chairman of the Alternate Development Organization. He recently launched that in Oslo, Norway, and I'm serving on the advisory board for it. Their mission is to develop holistically the underprivileged countries like Africa, India. At the same time, agriculture is the focus, and bring technology like blockchain into the picture to have intentionally or unintentionally not to make any mistakes. So technology should be the driver for smooth logistics and supply chains. I would like to recognize the presence of Vibhav on this. He's joining us from Japan. Thank you, Vibhav, for joining us. MCs, please move to the next speaker.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker today is Professor Maurits van Rooijen, Chairman of IBAT College Dublin and GISMA Germany. He studied and lectured at Utrecht University and Erasmus University, and then retired as the Executive Vice President at the University of Westminster. Professor Rooijen has been widely published on international education and university management. Actively involved in various international organizations, he holds awards such as the Constance Meldrum Prize for Vision and Leadership and the Emblema Oro. Now, I would like to request Professor Rooijen to deliver his keynote address on the evolution of modern education and integrated virtual learning.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Excellency from London, UK. Thank you very much, Dr. Harry, for a kind invitation. Greetings to all. Globalization did not cause the COVID-19 crisis, but did make it spread faster and made the impact happen faster. Our tools to fight such a crisis date from the 20th, even the 19th century, and they are too slow, too rigid. We urgently need to adjust these tools to the reality of a globalized society where things happen so much faster. What does this mean for education? We need a more open plan approach that allows for a faster, more fluid reaction than the 20th century bureaucratic thinking, which typically likes to organize the world in neat, fixed boxes. For instance, mode of delivery of education referred to by all the previous speakers. The existing boxes are conventional on-campus education and online education, and then maybe something in the middle, blended or hybrid. That binary thinking hampers dealing quickly with crisis. It also forces students to select one mode of learning, one of those learning boxes, and then stay with them. Actually, they should be comfortable with all learning modes. They should be comfortable with the richness of learning, which is obviously also conventional learning in a classroom, but also online learning, integrated virtual learning, whereby you have real-time learning between students through a screen, but not necessarily just online, but virtual learning, integrated on campus, mobile campuses. They're all different modes of learning which we have available now. And they should be comfortable with that richness, and we should facilitate that. In an open plan approach to learning, students will have the ability to choose from moment to moment what fits their needs, preferences, and circumstances fluidly. Less bureaucratic, less top-down, more student-centric, and importantly, much more crisis-resistant. An education where we tick boxes for modes of learning is no longer fit for the modern society. We need the courage to embrace a less top-down, less supply-driven form of education. An even more important side of creating a more open plan education refers to the content itself. We put all our studies in disciplinary compartments, but what the globalized world needs is graduates who can tackle problems and see opportunities by being comfortable looking beyond the disciplinary compartments. They have to also understand that what they learn, as it was said previously, easily gets outdated. That's not really what education is about. I'll really make my heart jump and warm when I heard the reference to experiential learning, the importance to be able to find a balance between the informal and the formal learning and what they both have to offer. As a co-chairman of the World Association for Cooperative and Experiential Education, I cannot recommend hard enough to think less rigid about what education is about. It isn't just about textbooks. It isn't just about classrooms. It isn't just about rote learning. It is about that open plan approach where we see the richness of education, including the spiritual education. We need an education that offers specialization, of course, but in an open setting without creating these compartments of knowledge, because this is not what the modern society requires. So it is our challenge, and I do say ours, including my own, in my capacity as Chief Academic Officer of Global University Systems, which operates more than 25 universities around the world, from Vancouver to Hong Kong, including in India, UPS and Pearl Academy. It is our challenge to ensure we modernize our administrative and learning tools in order to match especially the much higher speed and unpredictability of events in a globalized society by replacing the old bureaucratic boxes approach with a 21st century fluid, open plan education. That is my recommendation, my proposal to you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Martis. He is also the rector of the London Business School. Appreciate you joining us today, sir, for sharing your views And we look forward to working with you for your insights to see how we can transform the global education and make it affordable. At the same time, do not compromise on the quality. Truly appreciate your time.
Thank you very much,
So-
Dr. Harry. And it's actually rector of European University in Germany and London School of Business and Finance. Sorry for the correction.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate that. So I would like to recognize the presence of the Liberty Foundation person in charge from India. Dr. Ram Maruri is on the session today. Thank you very much, Ram, for joining us. So, speaker, if, Professor Y. Nandan, are you ready to continue?
There was a lightning here, so suddenly it's
No problem. No problem, sir. Are you ready to resume where you left off?
Yeah, ready.
Please continue.
Yeah. Sorry, there was a lightning here, so it disconnected. I'm very sorry.
No
So
problem.
I was telling that as rightly observed by our our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, that converting so that is what I was. So as a open, I was telling you that it is online for a long time, and it is a part of open distance learning. And we started with, as I said, audio video. Then we had ISRO, as provided with the bandwidth to Indira Gandhi National Open University and also Yeshwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University. So we used to have those days one-way video and two-way audio connecting our study center. Later, we had a web radio, which also, broadcast all our students their various lessons. So this is what we were doing. And Maharashtra Open University has 6.5 lakh students every year enrollment. So it is one of the biggest open university in India. When no doubt Indira Gandhi is #1, and after that we are the second in the open distance learning. Coming to this situation, COVID situation, I think no doubt we have in this 2.5 months we have had online counseling, that is 8,000 online counseling in 2.5 months. It is a record in India. So it was only used as a delivery mode, simply lecturer mode. But now we understand that when we have to use online, so not only you have to build the capacity of the teachers and equally sensitize the students, and also see how the pedagogy has to be delivered on the online process. So this is what I think now the government of India is coming out with, the integrating ODL regulation with the online, so that ODL can also launch online courses. So this is what I think is the situation, the opportunity provided by this COVID situation. So what I understand is that, see, no doubt, this is an opportunity that we have to deliver some online, and which has to be done because of this situation. No doubt there are a number of meetings has been taking place, like rightly said by our excellency madam, governor madam, saying that even the convocation, like we have conducted PhD Viva on online, first to conduct in India. So likewise, there have been many things which we has come up. But the thing is, now equally at the primary school level also, there are online things are coming up. But as rightly observed by our honorable governor, saying that classroom is classroom. No doubt, we have to now have a blended approach, no doubt about it. Even open universities are right there right from the beginning. No doubt conventional universities have to build up their platforms. Open universities are already ready with that, and they are doing it. So what I understand is that it is, it is not that one way online. We have to see what are the things which we can do on online, and what are the things we can do on blended mode. So that has to be taken care of. So simply running around online, I think it's very thing, and we have to be very, very careful. So at the primary, at the school level, you have to have a community kind of classrooms. People can interact, they can understand the environment, they can understand the behavior, they can understand the attitudes. So that cannot be replaced. No doubt it can be integrated. That is what I think we have to understand. So this is what my humble request, that everything cannot be online. Yes, there are certain situations where we can integrate it. So this is what I think is the message which we have to understand. And that is how, no doubt, this situation has created that problem so that we can fill the gap. But ultimately, tool cannot be a master. As rightly said by my guru, late Professor G. Ram Reddy, tool cannot be a master. Teacher is teacher. So tool is a facilitator. So use that tool as a facilitator. So not to replace anything. So this is my message to this audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Vainandan. Professor G. Ramireddy and myself come from the same place, Karim Nagar, and I know him well when he was the Vice Chancellor of Osmania University during my engineering years. And yesterday, I know that you delivered his memorial lecture on the 25th anniversary of the Indira Gandhi Open University. Congratulations on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Occasion you chosen to deliver the message. So we look forward to working with you, sir. It's a time to do blended learning and maximize the usage of technology as you suggested. I think Government of India should take serious initiative to invest into digital assets, especially in the health and education sector, allocate a significant amount of money that will really give them a lot of returns over a period of time. Because India has the enormous amount of talent pool, and if we don't transform them appropriately, and we will be doing injustice for their future as well as the future of the world. Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful message.
Thank you, sir. Thank
now, I would like to move on to the next speaker. I think now we completed the first segment of the keynote speakers. Now we are moving on to the distinguished guest speakers. So in the interest of the time, please, I sincerely request you to stick to the time allocated to each one of you, and see if you could finish within the time limits. Thank you so much. MCs, move on to the next segment, please.
Sir Dr. Hari Krishna Madam is the Digital Brand Ambassador and Chairman of Vision Digital India and the Founder Chairman of Imperial College, which has just celebrated their 13th anniversary. He has worked in fields of management and education management for over 26 years. He has served as the Governing Council member at the All India Management Association, Vice President at the Association of Indian Management Schools, and is involved with the Lions Super Specialty Eye Hospital and Lions District Service Foundation. Additionally, he is a chief mentor of the great initiative Bangalore Green, which aims towards environmental conservation. He has received many awards throughout his lifetime, such as the prestigious Knighthood Award from the UK. Now I request Dr. Madam to deliver his keynote address on where our economy is headed and the future of Indian educational institutions.
So good evening, friends. And good morning to my friends at the other parts of the world. Her Excellency, the Governor of Telangana, and my good friend, Dr. Hari from USA. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the entire team for bringing a wonderful topic, which is very relevant for the current scenario. And the good news is, I think most of us watching in the newspapers and TVs that as Indians, we are very proud that the vaccine is going to come. It is in a very progressive stage from Bharat Biotech, a Hyderabad-based company. So it is pride that things will move in a positive side from all kind of a COVID-19 pandemic situation where more than 11.2 million people got affected with this, and 80% of economy got affected. So particularly coming to the education, I think it's 1.6 billion students. They are unable to attend the day-to-day classes in the classroom with the monitoring of the faculty. And when it comes to India, again, as rightly mentioned by Honorable Governor, we have 1,000+ universities and 40,000 colleges. 680,000 schools with closely 290 million student population, which is one of the largest student population in the world. So today the situation is a little alarming because when it comes to the higher education, especially most of our universities are completely locked down. In a normal situation, by this time, I think most of our colleges and universities will start a new academic session. And this time we are uncertain when we are going to start the regular classes. So the same situation is happening even in primary and other nursery education also. So then what is a kind of a solution at this step is, again, as rightly mentioned by the esteemed speakers, the online education and digital education. So I represent an organization called Vision Digital India. We are completely dedicated, and our mission is providing digital skills to all. So in this direction, in fact, in the last 100 days, we done extremely a great job connecting a lot of universities and a lot of colleges and delivering huge number of classes. And as rightly mentioned again by our Honorable Governor, there are a couple of issues like Madam was mentioning about the Kerala student incident. Similarly, in Karnataka, we had a couple of small rural places where the connectivity is not there. They don't have even devices to use the teaching. So in fact, at Vision Digital India, we collaborated with the local TV channels, the Dish network channels, and delivered some of the sessions, which got a very good response here. So now coming to the technology education, again, the technology education is booming and technology industry is going in a very rapid kind of a thing. When 80% of the industries are in a kind of a lockdown mode, except the IT industries where they're able to work from home and able to produce a good kind of a progressive result, unlike a negative growth. So today, when you look at the global scenario, I think the couple of reports from the Goldman Sachs and McKinsey says that everywhere across the world, more than 200 countries, the GDP is in a negative way it is going on. Then especially in education, I think there is a need of bringing a blended learning model where even in the coming days, I think the vaccine availability will take a little bit time, even though August 15th, if the product comes to the market, but the availability and distribution will be a great challenge to meet almost 1.3 billion people in India and closely 7.6 billion people across the world. And again, the affordability price also makes a lot of difference of reaching a large population, vaccinating, whereby the economic continuity will be there and people can able to move freely where the situation is completely in lockdown situation at present. So now the other challenges, what I see, especially facing in Indian higher education scenario, where I'm also involved and part of a couple of association where we are regularly interacting with the chairmen and promoters of universities and colleges. So this current situation is almost 85% of the colleges and universities are unable to complete even 60% of admissions right now. And everyone is panic because if the same scenario continues, how they can survive. Unlike universities like Harvard or Kellogg's or Wharton or MIT or Oxford, they have a lot of corpus funding which they got from multiple sources, as well as the revenue which comes from through admissions are they kept minimal, where they have a lot of other revenue streams. So where in India the situation is different, we don't have many universities which having revenues other than admissions. So 95% of our universities are mainly depending on admissions. So the survival itself is becoming very challenging. And the kind of initiatives from the government, our Honorable Prime Minister is really appreciable towards higher education, where our Honorable Finance Minister announced in her speech, where they're allowing more than 100 Indian universities to offer online programs, and also they are ready to recognize the online programs, unlike the earlier scenario. So now, critically, if you evaluate and look at globally, even the admission scenario is alarming. We keep seeing a lot of reports showing that universities, the Ivy League universities itself, is relaxing in admission norms. They are relaxing GMAT, GRE, TOEFL, IELTS norms. So if you just look at the Indian scenario, it is again different. The other positive side of this entire situation is largely a lot of Indian students, almost 2.9 million students, they go to other countries for higher education, especially US, Europe, Germany, Australia, and all now. These, I think, 69 to 70% of students are deferring their admissions, and they are going to stay back and study in a good universities and colleges in India. So that is a very positive sign, where a couple of universities, when we interacted, they were telling they got a very good percentile student first time here. And again, if you look at the second crisis situation is the jobs and placements, where by this time, most of engineering and management and other graduate colleges might have placed 80% of their students in India. So presently, it is only 40% of the students they are able to place, because this is a time normally the placement activities happen, and the examination evaluation will happen. So that also stopped. Then again, the other scenario is most of the board exams, the 10th and 12th exams and degree exams have not happened. So these students are a little worried how to progress into the next level for higher education. So the higher education scenario is completely in a kind of a lockdown scenario. I think with a couple of positive news of the COVID vaccine coming, I think things will definitely move in a very positive side. I think definitely each government is putting their best efforts, and all the departments are working towards bringing better things to the normalcy and normal life. So I think definitely these kind of initiatives are required to boost our economy, where India is definitely able to bring a lot of new initiatives today. If you look at the US economy, where out of $100 trillion economy, US contributes the large 20 trillion economy, and that 20 trillion economy also got highly affected because of COVID-19 situation. And today, if you look at the global, the top 10 companies, CEOs, especially the technological company CEOs, are headed by none other than Indians, starting from the Satya Nadella of Microsoft, Sundar Pichai of Google, and now Ajay Krishna of IBM. This is a proud thing. I think at this kind of situation, I think India will get a lot of talented people back coming to the home country, and I think a lot of new startups will emerge. And today you see a lot of growth in edtech sectors. Companies like Byju and all able to make a great market capitalization. In fact, to give example of a Vision Digital India, we are grown in the student number. We completed 1 lakh student training in the most advanced courses in digital marketing, analytics, data science, augmented reality, virtual reality. So these all the new trends where a lot of job opportunities are there. I think definitely things will be in a positive side, hoping we will be back to normal soon. And thank you once again for this wonderful opportunity to interact and to meet all you people digitally here. And greetings from Vision Digital India. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Maram. Congratulations on your 13th anniversary of your college. So
thank you, sir.
Most of the time you invited me to speak in different international conferences. I'm privileged today to invite you and appreciate you joining us today.
And I would like to congratulate here your efforts, sir. I think we as an institution promoters, we face a lot of difficulties to organize even a small conference at this kind of moment and at this situation, sitting at all the way in New York. You are doing a wonderful job, and congratulate, sir, for great efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it's time for India to revive the Nalanda and Takshashilas in a digital way. It's a great opportunity from a business point of view. We need to reverse the trend of Indian students going abroad. Now we need to recruit foreign students because we can definitely provide an affordable quality education to attract the students from all over the world. I think I suggest the government of India to tap into the experts of Indian origin, wherever they are in the field of education and healthcare in particular. And that is the need of the hour. And there's a lot of talent. We have about 1 lakh Indian origin doctors in the US and a lot of professors and highly talented entrepreneurs, like, as you mentioned, Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella, so and so forth. The government has to deregulate as much as possible to transform the way we teach and transform the way we do the healthcare in India. So thank you very much, sir, Dr. Maram. And we will move on to the next speaker.
Next, we have Professor A. Govardhan, who has over 24 years of teaching and research experience. He is a professor of computer science of engineering and the Pro Vice Chancellor and Executive Council member at Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, where he is currently serving as rector. He has earned an engineering degree from Osmania University and completed his PhD at JNTU. In total, Professor Govardhan has earned 31 international and national awards for his work in computer science. A significant one to mention is the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Excellency Award to recognize his valuable research contributions. He is currently working on a research project about information security education awareness. Professor Govardhan, we look forward to your distinguished address.
Thank you very much. Distinguished dignitaries of the program, Her Excellency, Honorable Governor, Srimati Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan ji, the Honorable Governor of State of Telangana, and the Chancellor of all the universities of Telangana State, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Jayesh Ranjan IASG, Dr. Hari, other keynote speakers, and distinguished speakers, distinguished panelists, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, namaste to all of you. I once again congratulate the USA for the Independence Day and also on the occasion of the birth anniversary of Sri Alluri Sitaram Raju ji. A very good evening to you all. I just add a few dimensions in addition to what all the other speakers have mentioned. I may supplement or complement some of the important dimensions which have already been mentioned by all the previous speakers. This COVID-19 pandemic situation has once again created a kind of challenge for us to develop a holistic education system among the graduates and all the educationists. In a nutshell, the holistic education should provide the freedom of learning in a psychological sense and good judgment of self-governance and meta-learning, like each student learns in his or her own way with the pace with which they can be capable of learning, and social ability, which is more than just learning social skills, and refining values in developing the character, self-knowledge with the emotional development. So the nature has been creating, continuous challenges to us to, develop the, or rather convert the challenges into opportunities. And there is a continuous need that is required to have the harmony with the Panchabhutas. Whenever there is a kind of imbalance, then that automatically tries us to pose some kind of challenges, and we'll have to identify them and try to balance them and create a kind of harmony. I'm sure this is also a kind of challenge which has given an opportunity for us to redefine ourselves, reinvent ourselves in every dimension that is possible. The whole world in all the dimensions got affected, and every dimension is trying to repair its own in its own pace and in its own way possible. From that perspective, when it comes to the higher education, there is no exception even for the higher education system also. And when you look at the higher education system, now it is allowing us to create or establish a kind of ecosystem to see that digital learning and blended learning can be possible. So now if you look at the digital transformation is in its peak now than ever before. So that's how we'll be able to create more digital infrastructure in the higher educational institutions, wherein you can have the high-speed networks, more connectivity, more bandwidth, and you can also promote the online education and blended learning. So from the point of view of the stakeholders, I'm sure teachers have got a greater responsibility now in training themselves. The capacity building of the teachers is very important from the perspective of present circumstances, not only from the face-to-face teaching point of view, but also to train ourselves, to make ourselves capable in terms of handling online classes and digital learning and blended learning platforms. When it comes to the different kinds of quotient developments, though we have been concentrating some of the important quotients which are to be imparted to the students in terms of training them and developing the more employability skills, some of the important quotients have been ignored. I'm sure this will create a kind of opportunity for every one of us to concentrate on other quotients as well. So like you have adversity quotient, the kind of ability to absorb and handle with the pain, business quotient, creativity quotient, entertainment quotient, emotional quotient, intelligence quotient, which has been concentrated more. And then you have job quotient, management quotient, and spiritual quotient. When it comes to the development of the leadership skills among the students, then adversity quotient, emotional quotient, intelligence quotient, and spiritual quotient are very, very important. So we have to again redefine the way we impart the education among the students. As rightly mentioned by Vince Lombardi, leaders were not born, they are made. And they are made just like anything else, through hard and smart work. And that's the price we'll have to pay to achieve that goal, or any goal for that matter. So there is no exception for the higher education institutions also, and to train all the stakeholders of the entire education system. So if you look at the various kinds of opportunities that we got in the present context is, in the context of the globalization, we also get the global opportunities in terms of pursuing our education, like we can get the MOUs with the international universities, as most of our students also go for the higher education and research programs in abroad. In view of the current pandemic situation, we'll be able to address our students. They can do 1 or 2 semesters here, and subsequently when the situation comes to the normalcy, then they would be able to go to the abroad. And that way it is a kind of wonderful opportunity for the Indian universities to collaborate with the foreign universities, and subsequently we can also transfer the credits to other universities. And from the current context, we need to engage faculty with the latest trends and technologies in terms of the learning management systems and the continuous life cycle of the blended and digital learning. And we should also see that students are also properly trained in the lines of how to equip themselves in the better way in the current context of the digital world. So we have to see that they adopt the digital learning platforms fastly. And if you look at the situation 3-4 months back, the students were a bit resistant to adopt the digital learning technologies, but over a period of time, they have inclined towards that, with which they are now able to understand the importance of the digital and blended learning. So that way it is a very good sign. And other important aspect is we'll be able to develop interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary and collaborative research, not only from the Indian universities point of view, but we can also collaborate with the foreign universities to have joint research activity. Because if you look at the problem, present context, for example, this pandemic has got multi-dimensionally challenges. So it includes IT, it includes medicine, it includes health sector, it includes almost all these sectors. So that's how there is a collaboration that is taking place to have the support from all these systems. So that's how we are trying to build the ecosystem. And the same thing can also be done from the point of view of the educational perspectives. And it would also definitely create a kind of opportunity for all the educational institutions and universities to develop the consultancy potential. So they can also collaborate with many of the industries with which they will be able to impart their education and their expertise in terms of the developing the better solutions relevant to the society. It would also help us, the students, in terms of encouraging them for the internships and doing also project works, otherwise which cannot be accommodated physically. So these things can be possible from the point of view of developing the new skill set. See, the very mindset of everybody should change in the sense that there is a continuous change that is taking place, and slowly we have started understanding this change phenomenon, which was never before, which has happened almost 100 years back, and now we have started understanding it and slowly started absorbing it, and we have realized that we cannot run away from the crisis, and we'll have to manage the crisis, with which we'll also create this crisis as an opportunity to develop better solutions so that we can progress much better than ever before. I'm sure this kind of sessions will definitely help the intellectuals to develop a better solution from that perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Govardhan. Wonderful. You delivering a wonderful message. I think the holistic education is the way to go. We need to transform them into better human beings, provide all the skills that are needed to earn their living respectfully. And also providing them opportunity to pursue their passion will go a long way. Actually, they'll be a lot more successful instead of putting them into programs that they are not interested. One of my uncle told me, when you wake up in the morning, you should look forward to go to work. When end of the day, you look forward to go home. And if you can eat and sleep in peace without doing anything that is conflict within yourself, I think that is the heaven on earth. So if people can find things that they are interested in doing, they'll be a lot more successful and a lot more productive. Thank you so much, sir. Now we'd like to move on to the next speaker.
Our next speaker today is Dr. N.C. Shivaprakash, who's from the Department of Instrumentation at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He passed his MSc examination with first rank and received 5 gold medals. He's a recipient of the Young Scientist Award from the Karnataka Association for Advancement of Science in 1983. Over the last 37 years of his research career, he contributed substantially by publishing and presenting over 170 papers in reputed international and national journals and conferences. Currently, he is serving as the chairman of the governing board of JNTU and advisory board member of Lead India Foundation, USA. We look forward to your insights into the challenges in technical education post-COVID-19 in India.
Thank you. Very good evening, India. Good afternoon, UK, and good morning for USA. So it is a wonderful opportunity given to me. So I would like to thank at the outset Dr. Hari Garu and his team for this an excellent event that they have organized on a day where USA independence is being celebrated. So congratulations to USA once more. And let me start with what COVID is, because COVID, according to me, is create opportunity for victory in disaster. So therefore, we should not shy away. This is a great moment where we can take this opportunity to convert them into a lot of challenges. As already been mentioned, India has got 35 crores of people who are studying from kindergarten to the various degrees, diplomas, and certifications. And we have huge number of university, colleges, 41,000, and there are about 1.1 crore of teachers. So therefore, I'm not going to get into the general education per se. Let me speak about the technical education. In the country, if you want to look at the scenario in India, the technical education is, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So the technical education, I would like to break them into three groups: Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Tier 1 is what mechanical engineering. We all know.
Sir, there is a lot of echo coming. You may want to fix your internet and resume again. So we will move on to the.
Is it okay?
Yeah, now it's better, sir. Go ahead, sir.
So in India, if some echo is coming.
We're good, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So there are three types of institutions, I would say. Tier 1 is IITs, NITs, and other good institutions. And the Tier 2 is middle level institutions. And Tier 3, there are some institutions where there are no infrastructure. So this is, in mechanical engineering, call it as laminar flow, boundary flow, and the turbulence. So most of our technical institution in the country comes under the group 3, turbulence. So therefore, learning has changed a lot for last decade, from conventional rote learning to creative learning. So therefore, the most challenging things in the COVID era is learning, hands-on, and also the evaluation. So as all of you know, MHRD is now contemplating to get in top 100 institution in the country to prepare the content and create virtual labs for Tier 2 and Tier 3 institutions. And also our regulatory body, AICTE, has created Swayam. And also for broadcasting, today we have Swayam Prabha. Also other Atal Academy, NEAT, NEAT, National Education Alliance with Technology, where a lot of collaboration is done with the industry. So in this pandemic era, already IITs and NITs have decided to teach the next term by online. So therefore, digitization, technology, I will give two examples. One is artificial intelligence, which will be very useful in assisted personalized learning, and also proctor-based online examination. And virtual labs can be created with virtual reality and also by the augmented reality. See, the very good slogan in management, which is true today, is a word called VUCA, V-U-C-A. V for volatile, U for uncertain, C for complex, A for ambiguous. This is where we are today in the COVID. To find a solution in the reverse order, A for agree and adopt, and C for collaborative and cooperative research, and U for unified, and V for finally with values, we become victorious. So therefore, I will just give you some 4 or 5 suggestions for the University of JNTU to consider. Of course, Government of India is making all efforts to make the bandwidth of network connectivity with National Knowledge Commission. And as we understood so far, future is going to be blended mode, which is a flipped classroom, modular class curriculum. So therefore, good LMS have to be developed. And industry connection is extremely important. And today, AICTE has created NEAT with half a dozen industries. They are offering free, the packages to the poor student of the country. And lastly, in the Indian Institute of Science, we had a G Suite. Microsoft is giving these days for all universities and colleges free subscription for G Suite, which will be very useful for teaching modules as well as evaluation, etc. And the today's learning is going to be peer learning, cooperative learning, and also experiential learning. So I think the JNTU should create a platform to try, train our students, the faculty first, and in turn they will train the student in these experiential and the learning. So I will not take much time because there's some audio problem. I once again thank Dr. Hari Garu for the opportunity provided to me this evening, and I must confess that I have learned a lot from various platforms. The last word from me is I'm sending an SMS to you. S is for sanitizer, M is for mask, and another S is for social distancing. So this is the keyword which we all have to send SMS to all our friends across. And take care and be healthy and stay at home for a couple of months. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I learned a lot from you being on the governing board of JNTU, Hyderabad College of Engineering. Wonderful. So you mentioned 2 things, SMS and VUCA. I think the idea is to reverse them and get the best out of them rather than finding fault with it. So you did excellent suggestions, and hope some of these things can be implemented in JNTU. JNTU can truly lead in this space, take over the opportunity here. And I think we will talk offline on this and see how even Sri Jayesh Ranjanji also expressed his interest in involvement. And I see our Chancellor, Honorable Governor, is in the session for almost all the time. So her interest and Jayesh Ranjan's interest, and wonderful people like Professor Govardhan and Professor Shivprakash. So we can truly transform JNTU into a world premier institute. I think we should have a clear-cut roadmap and deliverable milestones and run like a business. I think we could truly make a difference in this current situation and moving forward to future of the higher education. Thank you so much, sir. I think we are moving on to the next speaker. I sincerely request you to limit your time, please, to the assigned time. Thank you. Move forward.
Our next speaker is Dr. Gali Vinod Kumar. Dr. Gali Vinod Kumar is the head of the Department of Law and the former principal of PG College of Law in Osmania University. He is a renowned academician, writer, and socio-political analyst for various television channels in different languages. He has attended the UN World Conference Against Racial Discrimination and a World Conference in New York on the Castes of India, a Threat to Humanity and Human Rights. By hosting workshops and seminars, Dr. Kumar has made tremendous developments in education systems. He recently founded the Global South Forum to address socioeconomic imbalances. Now, we would like to welcome Dr. Dr. Kumar to deliver his speech.
Thank you, Samir. I sincerely thank you, my beloved Guru and my beloved friend, Hari Appanapalli Garu, who has given a golden opportunity for me to share my views within short time. I welcome our Honorable Governor, Our Excellency, Madam Tamilisai, Dr. Tamilisai Garu, as a chief guest for this function, and also J.S. Ranjan Garu, and other distinguished guests from the whole world, maybe more than 17 countries. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all of you. I wish you the USA Independent Day of all Americans. Today I will share my views about particularly about the law colleges and the law students, because all areas all the participants are covered. In India, we have one Supreme Court and 25 high courts, and also we have 672 district courts. We have 1,170 law colleges, thousands of the municipal courts, and we have the villages, lakhs of villages. We have 135 crores of the people. There's an n number of problems are there in India. We are producing only very few law students. There is a lot of law students are required, advocates are required, because in India the law graduates are very less. We are producing only 4 to 5 lakhs per every year, but there is a need of 50 lakhs at least for entire to resolve the problems of India, because we have 135 crores of the population. But if you see, Usmania University, the Department of Law, established more than 100 years ago. The Usmania University established more than 100 years, but the law department established before the Usmania University, during the Nizam's period. But now we have very little facilities in Usmania universities. We have 54 departments. We have other departments. The teaching faculty is less, the budget is less, and we are unable to provide at least e-classrooms for the students. But it is if you compare to the national law schools, the budget is more in the national law schools. The national law schools are giving more opportunity for the students, and they are giving more facilities also. If you see, if you compare to state law university budget is very less. Especially, we are spending very less amount for e-learning process, even for purchasing of books also. If the situation is like this, how we can develop our department? I am telling about the practical situation because I am a child labor who came from the village background. I suffered a lot, but I am expecting that my students should not suffer. I must provide all the facilities for them. But during this COVID situation, we provided e-classrooms. Being a head of the department, I facilitated e-classrooms. Yes, e-classroom, and also I introduced the several PG diploma courses regarding the even cyber laws also. So if you see, friends, the practicality of the situation is different from the university situation. If you see in the Department of Law, when I became a head of the department, I introduced internship for every student from first year onwards. When I introduced the first year onwards internship, now every student is going to courts and learning something, because the court is our practical center for the learning something from theory. We are teaching theory in colleges. If there is no attachment to the industry, The technological universities having industries, but we have the courts itself. But there is a Gram Nyaya Panchayats in some states. But in Telangana state, we don't have that. Even though we are unable to produce a standard good lawyers for the, to resolve the problems of, all the issues of the India is facing, especially the Telangana state. My sincere request is that the COVID situation is different from the normal situation. Even in the normal situation, we are unable to resolve the problems, real problems the society is facing, especially the Telangana state is facing. But how can we resolve the problems of the COVID without having proper precautions, without having proper, knowledge, without having proper measurements in all universities? So suddenly, during the pandemic situations, the entire system is collapsed. Even normal period, we are unable to take the classes. Most of the teachers are, teachers are not there in the universities. The qualified, the teachers are not there. The technological equipments are not there in the universities. So how can we, provide the e-learning process? How can we provide the, virtual classes for them? This is one of the practicality we are facing in the Department of Law. Here, madam, our beloved Vice Chancellor is here. We have a lot of, madam, if you provide the task force, a committee, task force committee to implement the, development of the pandemic situations and also academic situations, definitely the universities, like state universities, will more progress, madam, compared to corporate and national universities. When I worked as a principal for the PG College of Law, I made my college as a top national school compared to the national law universities and compared to corporate law colleges. My students got top 10 ranks in India in all moot court competitions because I encouraged them. Even we don't have the proper technological equipments, even e-learning facilities. Even we don't have the much more money for purchasing of the e-books and also even especially books from various universities. So, madam, we have building, but we don't have the proper infrastructure. We don't have the proper equipments. So that is because of the lack of the budget. If the government of Telangana provides, definitely, madam, our Department of Law, not only our Department of Law, Osmania University will be progress, and face any situation, whether it is a corona situation or any pandemic situation comes, because corona is not a new one. It is as old as human history started. The entire human society faced a lot of issues because Baba Saheb Ambedkar clearly mentioned that education is not only for getting degrees. Education is not only getting employment. Education is empowerment of the individual. The essence of the education is empowerment of the individuals, and the essence of the education is empowerment of the ultimately society. Now the society is facing a lot of issues, especially the pandemic situation like corona, madam. Definitely, if we will take proper precautions, proper measurement, and proper alternative methods, definitely the state university also will be progress. We will face any pandemic situation, and also, madam, there is a need of budget to improve the projects, improve the e-learning process, improve the virtual systems. Then only most of the students from rural background, they are unable to get proper e-learning process, madam, in the state university like Osmania, because of the economical backwardness. The state universities are not in progress to compete with the other universities like corporate and national law universities. But even though we are competing with, because our university, especially Department of Law, produced recently 18 judges. 18 judges, madam. 18 judges recently selected as judges from our own law college. So the Department of Law is producing judges, even in High Court and Supreme Court. most of the lawyers from, even working whole world from the Usmania University, even lack of the funds and lack of the infrastructure also, we are trying to, improve their, standard education and standard facilities to, to needs, to satisfy the needs of the society. So this is my humble request, madam, because you are the chief guest for this year. The impact is the COVID situation. The impact of higher education is more because already exam system is stopped. Our students, bar examination is now, that is also postponed. Now all the exams are, students are, afraid to whether they're able to write exams or not. If the government will take the proper action, because Bar Council has given guidelines and UGC also has given guidelines, but to conduct the examinations, because it is a professional course, we must conduct the exams in the proper time. Then only they will, go to the foreign universities for getting, higher education in foreign universities, madam. So we are ready to, face the problem by making of, questions, small questions, within proper time by covering up all the syllabus. We are already prepared questions. We are already prepared to conduct the vivas, to conduct the internships. So this Department of Law is ready to face all the pandemic situation, madam. Madam, definitely with the cooperation of the Honorable Governor, the Usmania University and the Department of Law will be prosperous and face any situation, any pandemic situation, not only pandemic situation, any academic and developmental situation. Definitely, madam, that will do with the help of the state government and the blessings of the Honorable Governor. Sir, thank you for giving this opportunity to share my views, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Vinod Kumar. I think the need of the hour is digitizing the classrooms. Over a period of time, we will significantly save our infrastructure costs. I think government has to reconsider training of the trainers, upskilling the staff to use online tools to teach, and because they need to redo their delivery mechanisms and provide all the information online. It takes some reworking. I think the new education policy has to seriously consider, and I'm glad to see that our chancellor is still watching and listening to you guys, and hopefully she is a highly qualified, highly educated, and a practical governor. I can see that. I haven't met her before, but I'm looking forward to meet her when I visit Hyderabad. Thank you so much, ma'am, for staying with us. The next speaker we would like to have is Dr. Ravi Ayagari. MCs, please introduce him.
Our next speaker, Dr. Ravi Ayagari, is a senior academician with a PhD in technology-enabled learning. He has over 3 decades of experience in the fields of distance education, electronic media, television and radio production, and information communication technology. He has received a gold medal for his innovations from Indira Gandhi Open University and has traveled across the world to engage with various educational institutions. He has received training from BBC and FTTI. He served as the governing board and council member at the Consortium of Education Communication. He is now serving as a board member in JNTU Anantapur and as an advisory board member of Liberty Foundation. Now I request Dr. Ayagari to deliver his keynote address on exploring media and society for blended teaching and learning.
Thanks for kind introduction. Honorable Governor, Her Excellency, Tamilisai Sundararajan Madam, my respective Vice Chancellors and eminent speakers, and my dear students and friends. I am really honored to be here. Thanks to Liberty Foundation for giving this opportunity. My topic today is exploring media and society for blended teaching learning. So I request to enable screen sharing, please. So I have opportunity to closely work with Abdul Kalam ji. There are 2-3 projects. So Indira Gandhi is a nodal center for the Pan-African project. Whenever I interact with him, he used to say, all the time he is worried about the rural people. And he want to take all the urban amenities to the rural area. And he want to take super technology to the poorest people benefit. Under his tenure, at the time of his tenure, we started that Pan-African project. It is a project to South Africa. In India, IGNOU is the hub, and in South Africa, Addis Ababa is the major hub. There the major topics focus there are for rural surgery and management and training for teachers. So Indira Gandhi has taken responsibility to provide the content for the academic programs, and it was connected to Care Hospital Hyderabad, and then Narayana Hrudayalaya Bangalore, and All India Institute of Medical Sciences Delhi. So all are connected, and it was his vision. He has to educate this South African community or with the India, and especially how to do a rural surgeries and all those things. So since I'm in the media since 3 decades, just I want to share my experience, and it is a big journey, and it's a great experience also. Can I go for slide sharing, please? Right.
It will happen in a minute, sir. Continue.
So technology is anyway tool, like Vainandas are telling, and it is only facilitate. Ultimate content is the king. Whatever technology you will use, whatever medium you will use, but ultimately content is the king. That always will be taken care. Now during this COVID, with the help of the Liberty Foundation help, we made a small survey, and all the time we are experimenting how to use a local technology for a global vision. In this context, Indira Gandhi University is also pioneered in the...
Sir, now you can share the screen, sir. You can share the screen now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So can you see my slide, sir? Sir, my slide is visible?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Visible.
It is visible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So this is actually, I want to just share about the how media and society for blended teaching learning. Here, particularly, we are telling about media and society. Now, society has a great role. During a COVID time, due to government protocols and the restrictions, we cannot come out from the house. So in creating the content, we can take the support of the society, and we have to explore, and this is a great opportunity for the society also to explore and to show their talent. So this is a general mass media. So no need of explaining and all those things. And now here the point is, information community like this gave a new opportunity to creative generation of content, dissemination, and storage was not possible before. ICT basically used in the education. One is for the content generation, second for the storage, and third for the dissemination. Consumer electronics devices like mobile phones, internet, Bluetooth connectivity, ampli speakers offer a best alternative solution in the emergency situation like India, particularly for Indians conditions. Lot of technologies, lot of government plans, so many missions, NMICT, NKN, it was connected to all the universities, National Knowledge Network, and then dedicated education satellite was launched. It will give a two-way audio and video, but the problem we cannot use it. So what is the alternative? But during this period, In my next slides, I will show you how we were succeeded to reach the students. And as madam also telling, we have to go for a broadcast. She rightly actually captured the point. So we have taken a broadcast as a major medium. Even print medium also we cannot send it because all the postal, courier, they cannot take our packets and it cannot reach. So generally, just discuss about the use of education in media. First generation only memory and speech, one-to-one. Expert will be there and the students and speech. In second generation, the education print has come. Now here I want to say, we have to focus on the change in the print media also. In future, earlier it was a page of around say 300 pages, one set of module. I am actually predicting it will be like a size of the credit card. Lot of technologies come out. So here the point is we have to take care about now designing of the SLM. So there the solution is we have to use a QR codes. As madam requested also, madam, whatever print material what we producing in the institutions, particularly in Indira Gandhi University, everything on the repository. And then as I told you, it is like a credit card. Once we put that QR code, once a student just focus on a QR code, it will take to our portal and it will give all the material. And it will be easy for transport also. And secondly, there will be a small chips will be there that will be put it into the telephones. So same project was actually tested by Indira Gandhi University with the help of the Nokia. And second generation is, then third generation is telephone and radio. Anyway, telephone also there earlier before this, what we are doing is webinars and all those things, we used to do in a audio conferencing system to clear the doubts with the students. It is like a network between our regional centers, and it was actually with the grant of the UK, Indira Gandhi University utilized that audio conferencing system. Now coming to the radio. Radio is the cheapest medium and very convenient to use and mobile. You can carry, and while you are traveling also you can listen. And there are a lot of developments in the technology like FM and all those things. And DAB has come to existence, digital audio broadcast. Earlier it was only one frequency using for one language, one particular radio station. But using the digital audio broadcast, which is already making experimentation in Delhi radio stations, you can give it 5 languages one time. Now here the language is a very important factor. Using the DAB technology, you can go for a multiple languages. 4th generation is television, and then satellite and teleconferencing. Television, everybody knows. Now there is a lot of developments in the television. Earlier television in the house means it is only dedicated for someone only and for entertainment. But now coming to the multiple screens, that one television screen will entertain the entire family. In one area it says about the weather, one area it says about current affairs, and people will watch their entertainment. So even that development of the multi-screens also very useful for the education that we have to adopt. Coming to satellite, there was a dedicated satellite launched and EduSat was there. And Indira Gandhi is the nodal agency. We connected to Siddhi, Madhya Pradesh, 500 schools. And then it was Jabalpur was the main hub, and then content was delivered to all the elementary schools. Teleconferencing, it has been actually a revolution. So what we are experiencing is a teleconferencing. Now there are a lot of models also come in the teleconferencing. Earlier it was teleconference means if I am talking in English means only you can listen on English. Now there is a chance of giving the subtitle in any language. So there all these things we have to use by developing the material for future after COVID. So this is a great actual experience, and it is a very interesting also. We have to use all these things. and fourth generation multimedia and internet, where everyone knows about Swayam and Swayam Prabha. 32 channels are there. It is a government project, NMICT project. So there it is a 4 quadrant. So everything is there. It is also running. And this third generation actually given an opportunity for the synchronous asynchronous activity. So it means you can do two-way with the help of the EduSat. You can both way it is a two-video and two-way audio that can be possible, or one-way video along with the teleconferencing. And Madam was requesting about the teleconferencing for the convocations for the universities. Madam, it is our submission. Indira Gandhi University is already practicing, Madam. Right from the admission, IGNOU is exploring the ICT, Madam. Admission, assessment, grading, examination. Now it is going through NTA, National Testing Agency, and award of the degree also through teleconferencing. That is the beauty of the Indira Gandhi National Open University. So these are the actually that upper layer is about non-interactive mode, but it is a older slide. So that's why that radio also become a now interactive mode. And television, internet, mobile, it has given opportunity for the interactivity for the education purpose. All these things are used in education. So coming to this radio also, there was a once upon a time that WorldSpace started a 50 channels, and it is also actually tested in South Africa. That is also a good option for the education. So earlier it was just only timeline. So earlier no mobility. We have to sit with the radio only. We have to listen, that's all. Radio also have to listen. Otherwise, if you want to record any lecture or something, there is a cassette player we can record. And secondly, that after that, mobility radio transistors come out. So now everything is possible. If navigation is also possible with the mobile phone, it is a multi-purpose. Actually, it has taken entire so many devices actually. And the right one, this photograph is a WorldSpace, as I told you. And it has got an option also. The whatever we are disseminating, the data can be also taken out in a printout. Now, here my point is, now this is the internet radio. Everything is gone. No radio, no TV, no internet. Everything is it's a convergence. Everything is possible with internet radio. Radio means earlier only voice. Now it is possible to put a interactivity. It can put a pictures. You can put a audio, video. Everything is possible on a internet radio. Now the trend is internet radio, very suitable for the education. Now, what happened? All these technologies, what we discussed, actually they could not help out during this COVID time. Ultimately, the final solution has come out, radio. Number one, Government of India institution are having some community radio stations. They are having a radius of around say 1 kilometer, 10 kilometer, depending on their request. And then lot of community radios come into the existence. They started making a lot of efforts during this COVID time. Where I am coming from, the small town from Kakinada, that is East Godavari. There we are running a one FM radio station by name Ala. How it is giving a service to the nation, I can say. It is taking care about the education. It is taking about the health of the society. And it is giving a support for the livelihood. It means it is a coastal area. Fishermen are going to for fishing. Earlier only we are giving information about the weather forecast and all those things. Wind movement. Now we are getting a data from the Hyderabad National Information Center for Oceans. Now they are giving a potential area to get a fish. That we are flashing. So it means it saves a lot of fuel, lot of time. Directly fishermen go to that place, then they can take a fishing and they can procure everything. This is for their livelihood, they will be benefited. So this is only one diagram, how we connected. Now the things are different. Earlier, TV station means great thing. whatever they are talking in the television, they are going to connect to a radio stations. That was the trend. Now it is totally U-turn, reversed. Now what Indira Gandhi University is doing, we are having a association, we are having a television channels, but due to these government protocols, nobody can go, and it is a huge setup. So many people has to work, technical people, they cannot reach. Now, we are having a Gyanvan station. There they installed a small camera. The game has totally changed. That experts are coming for interactive radio counseling sessions. They are grabbing with the camera and the soundtrack and this video are installing and incorporating with the patching with the television channels. It means it is totally bypassed the entire technology which was developed for use technology and super technology. But this radio stations has come to a rescue at this time. This is the photograph. This is our radio station. Expert is giving a lecture about the COVID precautions. On my right side, just insert one camera. Normally, it is not acceptable also for media, but only this is saving in the education in these days. Lot of papers, lot of reviews, lot of national coverage, everything has come out. Radio is the best alternative during the COVID time. So students are coming and we are having a Gyandhara. It is an international channel. As I told you earlier, it was restricted to only 1 kilometer or 10 kilometer. Using that Gyandhara, the internet radio, it is going to globally. And while we are organizing some teleconferences at the School of Agriculture, we are getting a telephone calls from Nigeria, Germany, and other places. So now world has become very small. Community radio actually designed, and the principle and the policy of the government is only to restrict it to 1 kilometer. Now it is reaching entire globe. Secondly, just I will touch upon a user-generated content. Earlier, any academic and expert, they have to go to the studio, they have to give a lecture. Now the time has gone, it is not allowing also. What we are doing, we are making a telephone call and it is connected to the radio station and we are giving, that is going on. And further, now a new concept has come out. It is user-generated content. User. Coming to, again, I'm coming to that East Godavari radio station. It has tie-up with the local PR government college. They are running a classes morning 8 to 9 for higher education, BA, BCom and all those things. Secondly, they are giving a lectures for the competitive exams. And only in India, they are giving a lectures for making a albums and the content for the blind people.
Sorry, Dr. Ayagari. Dr. Ayagari. Sorry to interrupt, but would we be able to wrap it up in 1 to 2 minutes? We have to move on to the next speaker.
I will complete.
Okay,
madam.
okay, thank you.
I'll go for it. So now, OER also there. Now, as I told you, giving a lecture and all those things now, open education results are available. So we can sit in the home, they can make a programs, they can take all the OER content at free of cost, and they can generate a content and they can put it in the transmission and broadcast. So only these are the precautions before transmission. Only we have to identify one teacher and institution, that is the first thing, and procure the content. And we have to see the requirement, any exam is there, IAS or any exams. So there we have to focus that type of competitive exams, we have to give a this thing. And secondly, it is now it is a sharing concept. Make it and we have to share it through OER. Whatever content you are telling, you OER and make a program exchange unit among the 200 stations, and then it will be useful. And this is about scheduling, auto scheduling, because we cannot go to station. So automatic scheduling formats are there, apps are there, and then software we can use this thing. And here I want to touch about Google Translator. It is very interesting to say, during COVID time, there are a lot of migrant laborers. It is a border for Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. So nobody can know the language of Tamil language. what we did, actually, we have taken that government orders and giving from the revenue department and also where to get the food and how to go, what are the transport available. Just put it in the Google Translator and selected the Tamil language and broadcast. So automatically it will give a chance to migrant labor who are sitting near the railway stations and all those things. There also we put a connectivity with the help of the local authorities, and then it will be given a different language. And then this is app creation, real-time interactivity. So it was also developed. So it means real-time, who is doing what we can know from the FM radio station, and we can assess also. So this is just photograph. This we use it for the COVID, but we can use for education. During the COVID time, there are a lot of patients, and there was a lot of, initially people don't want to close them and all those, they put it in a small place. So there we cannot go. What we did, we have used it at solar lights, and there we installed a FM radio station, amplifier, just small FM radio receiver and amplifier. So what happens every day evening, we are going to give a news from the community radio. Automatically, it will start at 6 o'clock in the morning, and evening at 6 o'clock, it gives all the news for the people who are staying near the solar light, and it is a school actually. There they install this thing. And once they are going for a work in the fields, there are solar motor pumps. So there we installed a amplifier speakers. So it will give information where they can go, where they have to go to take a food and all those things while they are working. So it is a chance of not to miss the opportunity to miss the information. And then, as I told you, this is just only Ala radio. This developed for app developed. This is a one type of game. Around 100 people will be registered, and then they will announce the number, they will tick mark. But as a anchor.
Dr. Ayagari.
Last slide, madam, last slide.
We'll have to move on now. We don't have much time left. We have one more speaker.
Yeah, this is the app developed. So this is useful for we can adapt for the examination for this thing. And then only suggestion is requesting the Government of India, processing license fees, various regulations and monitoring authorities to be exempted from the education institutions because they are working for the society, and providing software to data to and antivirus to learners, providing dedicated broadcast software to CRS. So nation consists of people, and with their effort, a nation can accomplish all it would ever want. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, former President of India. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ravi Garu, for a detailed presentation. I think whatever you've been doing is a need of the hour. And Professor G. Ram Reddy has seen this 25 plus years ago and created this world-class institution called Indira Gandhi Open University. If I remember correctly, you told about 40 million students are associated with the Indira Gandhi Open University. It's the world's largest intake of students. And also you have 40 radio channels and 5 TV channels, and you are in charge of the media and communications. Wonderful. And you received a gold medal recently. I think your inputs, being an advisor to the HRD in the past during Minister Pallam Raju. So you did help the Lead India Foundation in communicating to the HRD ministry on the transformation, the recommendations we made to the school education. Most of them are implemented in the model schools and Jawahar Navodaya schools. And now it's time for you to be the liaison between the education institutions and the HRD ministry to communicate to them on the recommendations for the higher education and rethink over the new education policy they drafted before it goes to the parliament. It's time to act, and the time is now. Thank you so much, sir. Now we will move on to the next speaker, which is our valedictory speaker. He's from Spain, waiting for us. So sorry, Professor Manuel, for keeping you waiting, but it's time for you to deliver the valedictory keynote, and we look forward to you. So MCs, please introduce Professor Manuel.
Our valedictory keynote speaker today is Professor Manuel Freire Garba. He has an honorary doctorate in human rights diplomacy and environmental peace. He is a lawyer and journalist from Spain and has taught various courses in business management, health, and security at Wharton, MIT, Yale, Princeton, and other universities. He is part of the Royal Asiatic Society, Royal Society of Arts, and the Royal Anthropological Institute of the United Kingdom. He has received more than 20 international awards and titles, such as the Best Human Leader in the World in 2017, and has put in tremendous efforts for higher education development across the world. Now let's welcome Professor Freire Garabal to deliver his valedictory keynote address on disruption in higher education.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Also, thank you so much, Dr. Harry Epanapali, for the invitation. Dear colleagues, dear authorities, I think that the topic that we are going to talk today is vital for the moment. In my opinion, the highest impact is already detected. More than 1.5 billion students and youth across the planet are affected by school and university closure due to the COVID-19 outbreak. Many experts, such as Pete Van Land from International Association of Universities, Ira Harberry from the University of Pennsylvania, Jules Vergan from the Council of Europe, and Tony Gallagher from CUF Belfast reflected their thoughts about how universities must help shape the post-COVID-19 world. The article contends that a superior post-COVID-19 world requires both basic urban college devoted to creating information and extracting moral, compassionate studies for just and maintainable equality social orders. Moral, a key that has to be our companion always, and even more in crisis times. There are also many relevant recommendations given by some helped to start a new challenge. For instance, the World Bank published the policy paper COVID-19 Crisis Response, where it reflected how supporting tertiary education for continuity, adaptation, and innovation is vital. Also, from institutions like UNESCO, there are three key elements to analyze. First of all, the paper title, Safe to Learn During COVID-19. These new recommendations released has issued a suite of support materials for governments and other stakeholders. Second, the UNESCO COVID-19 education issue notes, some notes to topics related to the COVID-19 education response. They provide evidence of good practices, practical tips, and links to important reference to mitigate the short and longer term impact of school closures. And third, the Futures of Education initiative titled Protecting and Transforming Education for Shared Futures and Common Humanity. That's a joint statement on COVID-19 crisis. The current well-being emergency that we are encountering due to COVID-19 and the monetary and social emergencies that are now on their way put ourselves in another sudden and complex setting. Some issues and difficulties that we were at the point talking about, such as the logical inconsistencies of globalization, innovative turn of events in force, an emergency of both basic systems and the government assistance state, the emergency of universal organizations, an emergency of qualities between others. This all will turn out to be progressively obvious and across the board. The world won't be the equivalent after this emergency. We won't be the equivalent after this emergency, and advanced education organizations and advanced education frameworks won't be the equivalent after this emergency. In the post-emergency circumstances, new desires will be put on advanced education foundations, as far as the connections in the networks, as far as instructing, regarding worldwide procedures and versatility, and so on, as far as qualities themselves. Obviously, advanced education foundations should work in an altogether different monetary, social, and political atmosphere. We are sure that nowadays, before and after COVID crisis, the field of higher education is changing and at the same time growing worldwide. In many countries, for example, the system is having more relevance because of the quality and the demand as well as the innovative systems. This time, it's known that the new educational system is online learning. the educational sector has evolved into a completely groundbreaking situation because of technological and social revolution. With the pressure of COVID-19 also, the number of online users is being increased every day. Crisis always affects, but also the increment is caused because we cannot stop increasing competitive world in which face-to-face learning is becoming obsolete in cost and content assimilation. Online learning is becoming more useful than face-to-face learning, and its implementation is being more effective because of the different technological and pedagogical systems that are being used, based especially on marketing and big data systems. The change of education based on resistance causes effective learning following systemic evolution, which drives teaching methodologies with the application of technology disrupting with the challenges in the educational world, progressing in the penetration of university, as well as in corporative education. The main arguments of this leadership in the field are simple: easy access, affordability, and quality. First, easy access brings students and professors to share their knowledge from everywhere, as well as to learn from systems that in physical university would have inaccessible costs. Second, affordability lets students access to have almost university experience without costs like buying materials or paying for accommodation. And third, quality professors and mentors bring the opportunity to teach students knowledge that in other times they could learn in, for example, universities of the Ivy League network. It is a fact that only education and will continue because of the high demand for professionals in the world. In the field of professionals who already have their own titles works in the same way. One of the best examples is the health profession. Currently, the educational revolution in the health sector is one of the most relevant in terms of the needs of the population. It is referred not only to the training of medical professionals as defined by the World Health Organization, is related to any combination of learning experience designed to help people and communities to improve their health, increasing their knowledge, or influencing their attitudes. In some places, for example, of the United States, the concern is transmitted from the most basic levels of private education. Regarding to the education of medical professions, there is a well-known face-to-face education in the fields of medicine that should always be practical and still due to the need for face-to-face treatment with the patient. However, universities around the world begin to develop common programs with these subjects that allow solving the problem of time at the time of study through certification in subjects such as stress, treatment of clinical data, nutrition, epidemiology, psychology, and mental health within a wide spectrum of fields. These fields are also offered to health and teaching professionals in order to improve their personal training and care with respect to the community. With regard to the higher education, the 70% of the investment in private universities is being allocated to training by and for health, both for those who are already experts and for lay people in the field. It is necessary to highlight that in the field of health education, professionals who have health education degrees obtained also through online platforms, materials to facilitate the offer of medical care as well as quality education. Pursuing the goals, graduating students have the ability to build healthcare plans that could improve the quality of life for communities. In this sense, online educational programs include sections of social health, epidemiology, education, and behavioral health or different pathologies. In this, all interrelated with the cultural and social extracts coming to be analyzed from a retrospective point of view in order to prevent past mistakes. For example, during the study, despite being through distance communication with the teachers, the students acquire interpersonal communication skills and can become competent experts in statistical analysis, and mainly through additional studies in marketing, statistics, management, or medical care. Getting to health education, there are currently more than 100 accredited international schools that develop associate, bachelor, master, doctorate, and certificate programs with payment and time facilities for all professional spectrum. Consequently, in the face of health crises, such as the one currently suffered from COVID-19, both medical professionals and any other profession are allowed to attain the appropriate knowledge for each professional strata. In this regard, it can be seen how the online course platform of the World Health Organization currently offers various courses on the treatment and prevention of COVID-19 in languages such as English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, Arabic, or different more between others. This online system is very useful at the level of liberal and professionals and university professors, since that allows advising both students and patients, as well as clients, on prevention and social awareness in each strata of the community. Also, in the case of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as in other fields, as previously mentioned. So during this lockdown, one of the most useful techniques that we are using today, especially in health, were the webinars, mixing online theory with practical life learning. That is how many health experts have decided to transfer their habit of sharing knowledge in the search for transversal and long-term solutions for this and other similar situations that may arise in the future. The imposition of limits on social distance has led them to use tools that, although they were already known to all, have acquired an enormous role during these weeks of lockdown. An important aspect to highlight on COVID-19 webinars has not only been the description of the medical elements, also the social and economic consequences, which could lay the foundations for future statements by organizations such as the World Health Organization, as we talked before, as far as the protocols and that are concerned. Also, the microbiological threat has lost strength among our fears. And it seems something by a bygone era in which plague epidemics follow. For example, the last reference perhaps being to the 1918 influenza epidemic. This feeling was shared in regions of the world where the impact of Ebola, influenza, Zika, and other SARS-CoV have been contained thanks to more or less developed health systems that have now become vulnerable and unable to prevent hundreds and hundreds of deaths every day. On this future security, we had built an unsupportive value system that affects many areas of the society. So in conclusion, what we have to do is to build a new concept of society that has aware of vulnerability of our health in economy, education, etc., which can only be mitigated if we act together. The concept of globality, so often used as the origin of the pandemic, involves more than just traveling and transporting microbes from one part of the world to another. It means that we coordinate to act in time against these threats and share knowledge and strategies to prevent, to mitigate them effectively, without causing new economic, social, or political impacts of a great importance to which, from this starting point, it would be very difficult overcome in the future. That's why we can affirm two conclusions: that the future of higher education is assured, mostly online and partially presentially, developing the system of hybrid learning with great approximation to the executive programs of Ivy League universities. And finally, that the challenges of higher education are ready to define because of globalization, change, and technology. That's why the only that we can affirm is that the growth will be always needed. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Hari sir. You had an excellent job. Heartfully congratulations. Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations. It went on well. Let us compile the inputs from all the people.
Thank you, sir. We will do that, sir. Please pause. So we will continue to do that. And I would like to, before we provide the vote of thanks, I would like to invite our associates, JNTU Hyderabad, who are co-hosting this event. We have JNTU Hyderabad Rector, Professor Dr. A. Govardhan here. And also if the Vice Chancellor, Jayesh Ranjanji is here also, I would like to invite both of them to share their closing remarks before I conclude the session with the vote of thanks.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so this is indeed a wonderful program, which is, coordinated by you in an excellent way. Each speaker has spoken so nicely, so well. All the, their experiences culminated in the presentation. I would say, we have more than a dozen speakers with 25 plus years of experience. That way, we can see that, a 250 years of experience in a span of 3.5 hours. My deep sense of gratitude goes to Honorable Governor and Chancellor of the universities, who has been here since the beginning, and Madam has been so keen and making so many points noted, and we really express our sincere gratitude to you, Madam, for sparing your precious time. That shows your keen interest in developing the universities. I would also see all the speakers who have spoken so well with the rich experience that they have. And finally, I would see some of the important points, the recommendations could be establishment of digital infrastructure, among the universities is one of the key points, and new collaborations in terms of the international university collaborations or state and interstate university collaborations. Then we see new avenues and new opportunities for the universities in forming various consortium that would also help us. And you can also see the how to go about the resource optimization. So that would also one of the key points which I could see through the discussions, including the digital libraries and things like that. And finally, I would say the sustainable growth and the development with taking care of the present and future generations. So let us build a safe planet, not only for the present generations, but also the generations yet to come. So we closely connect with the nature to see that we create a safe world. As I always reminded of a beautiful caption that, I was born pure and intelligent. I was born pure and intelligent. Education spoiled me. So that should not become true. And let us see that education will always add a new dimension for the growth of the human, and also to have a safe planet. I once again thank all the speakers who have come forward to spare their valuable time and share their expertise and experience. And my deep sense of gratitude again goes to the Honorable Chancellor of the universities and Governor of State of Telangana, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Jayesh Ranjan IASG, the other speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Govardhan. It's a wonderful message you summarized that reduced my job totally. I'm glad that you were able to do that. So before I move forward with my vote of thanks, I could still see that the Honorable Governor, Her Excellency, still watching this show. I'm very, very happy to see that her keen interest in transforming the education in India, and the Telangana government in particular, very cooperative, and they're very innovative, and with governor's guidance, I'm sure they can truly implement some of these solutions that we discussed today. And since we collaborated on this particular conference with JNTU Hyderabad, I would request Professor Govardhan to have a steering committee to capture the summary of this session and translate that into a meaningful document that can be passed around to all the speakers and also their respective governments. We need to make sure that these recommendations are implemented, legislated appropriately, and deregulated to provide online education at an affordable, in a collaborative way. I think that is the best way to share knowledge. And instead of reinventing, for example, Harvard, MIT, and Stanford already have a lot of courses online. And if we can prepare Swayam Prabha and those kind of platforms, when I met the previous secretary of HRD, he was very keen on doing that, and he got transferred into some other department now. But the new secretary, whoever it is, we can approach them and provide meaningful inputs at a cost-effective way to implement in a phased manner what we have to do, and turn around and see India becomes the destination for online education. And then doesn't matter where they are on planet, they are virtually connected. And the globalization, the internet has flattened the world. So I just want to share one slide with your permission. So I've been traveling around the globe for the last almost 15 months, visited about 12 countries, addressed about 25 international conferences. The most recent one happens to be in Hong Kong on January 15th. It was a World Financial Technology Conference. I was speaking at the conference. Over 15,000 people attended. Majority of them are from China. And fortunately, the event went well, and I was able to return back safely. It's the middle of the COVID beginning, actually. The key point I would like to mention here is some of these technologies, for example, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, genetic testing, 5G technology, augmented and virtual reality, in particular about education, cybersecurity, because the online usage of people has increased tremendously. We need to have cyber fencing around the countries, states, cities, the art of intrusion happening, and the Zoom sessions were compromised. That's the reason our honorable governor was asking whether we can have an alternate, but because of the time constraint we had, we were not able to test to provide a secure screen sharing for this session. Thank you so much for accepting to join the Zoom session, madam. And autonomous and electronic vehicles, that is the next wave to reduce the pollution and also increase the efficiencies and usage of power through solar and wind. Green energy is the way to go. And my favorite subject is the smart cities, which incorporates all the things that I listed here. India is leader in smart cities. They have identified 100 smart cities. Bombay happened to opt out, so we have 99 smart cities. It's over a $1 trillion+ marketplace, and all these technologies are needed. And one of the key element of that is also health and education in a smart way. So smart cities and all these things were coming from Dr. Kalam's Vision 2020. He created 4 pillars: electronic connectivity, health connectivity, education connectivity, and grid independent energy connectivity. Once we have these 4 pillars in place, he felt the financial connectivity will automatically kick in and reduce the movement of the rural population to urban areas, and the nation will develop holistically. And he has done this in 2002-2003 timeframe. He was president of India 2003-7. And another thing he identified was the human resource potential of India. During his presidency, based on the census, about 55% of the Indian population was below 25 years. About 35% of them were below 15 years. So he identified a cross-section of high school students and he created a training program called Aap Badho Desh Ko Badhao. Individual development leads to national development. So it is a grassroots level program. Now we are digitizing that particular thing through Liberty Foundation in India to online access to that particular training program. The HRD ministry came up with this program called, in the initial first 2 weeks of their college admission, they get some orientation about their life's vision and mission and how do they behave in the college and what is their plans for their future and all those things. Induction program it's called. And there is a 12+ hours module that really fitted into this Dr. Kalam's created Lead India Movement training program. So we will work digitizing that particular program, and we will use that Swayam and Swayam Prabha and place that online so that people can have a free access to this. At the time has come. It is a blessing in disguise what COVID did to us, and a lot of innovation can take place in the digitization of the curriculum, and also the delivery of the curriculum is important. The staff has to be trained. There has to be a team of people who can deliver the content, create the content, and then there should be people trained enough to deliver that content and also measure the outcome of it. So right now we have an examination system. The testing is done at the end of the year. Whatever they learned, basically we are testing their memory, not their creativity. If we can test them as they learned, so that they can learn more when they remember well and they can apply those techniques well. And also we need to move away from the theory and incorporate a lot of practice into it. Skill development is the way to go. And we are producing more degrees, not more skilled people. And the market is looking for skilled people. There is a big gap between what we are producing versus what is needed in the marketplace. For example, for the next decade, the 8 items that I listed are going to create enormous amount of opportunities. Artificial intelligence in every field we can apply. Blockchain technology, for example, in 90s, what internet did to us, blockchain is going to transform the way we conduct our transactions, especially in the financial services industry and logistics industry, healthcare, education, and many areas that blockchain thing. And one of the example is the Bitcoin. Eventually we have to accept the fact that the cryptocurrency is the way to go, but central banks are still resisting it because not secured enough for the people to use this. Again, genetic testing, identifying a population of 1.3 billion people, what their health condition is to provide preemptive preventive care. And by 2027, it is projected that we're going to cross China in population. So we need to plan ahead. How do we take care of the health of our people? How do we take care of the education of the people? And the 5G technology is coming in already, and India is implementing, China implemented, and most of the Far East implemented, and US is also implementing. The kind of latency is going to come down, the bandwidth is going to increase, and so many benefits. You can have a almost real-time access to information. And there are surgeons already working collaborative way. Somebody is sitting in California and doing a surgery in Africa, and they were able to real-time provide the guidance to the surgeon who is on the ground to do appropriate surgery. And augmented and virtual reality is the core of our topic today. So to use this technology for virtual education, most of the challenges we face now, the regular content can be delivered, but the practical aspect of it, it is not possible. So for example, medicine, if the student wants to do a particular surgery, they need to practice on a body first, and they will not get enough cadavers, and they will not be able to go to that cadaver because they won't, they are afraid now in this COVID world, right? So if this virtual reality can play a big role, and training, for example, in US, they're already using VR technology. For example, if you have a brain clot and you want to do a surgery, there is no trial and error on it. You need to be very precise. So using the VR technology before physically doing that surgery, the surgeon practices virtually and precisely narrows down where the block is, and he can apply the surgery to make sure that the success rate is high. Cyber security, as I mentioned, it's a very big threat because we are going online. This is a great business to get involved. And autonomous and electronic vehicles, smart cities. These are the kind of things all the educational institutions. I'm coming from the industry. I'm in the financial services industry. Last 30 years, I evaluated many business plans and new ventures. So I summarized, this is the future, and this field is in every place, and there's a lot of resource shortage, trained, skilled people in this area. And all the institutions who are present today, can start looking into developing courses in these 8 sectors. And again, it's applicable everywhere to develop online courses, but these are my favorite topics that I've been speaking around the globe, and it was well received. So with this, I would like to conclude my remarks, thanking all the speakers today. And most of them, I personally know them, and they're respected based on the timeline we have. I would like to thank them sincerely for joining today and joining their valuable suggestions and feedback, and also a roadmap for future how the education should be. Especially, I would like to thank JNT University for collaborating with us in co-hosting this event. And also the MCs and all the volunteers all over the globe. We have several volunteers who joined us today, people from Liberty Foundation and Vision Digital India and Al Khalifa. So many organizations helped us to do that. And I personally would like to thank TV5, Mana TV, and all the media partners today who helped us. Even this extended program, they extended almost 1.5 hours of time, and they blocked other programs for us. I sincerely would like to thank the TV5 and Mana TV CEO, Sridhar Chillaragaru, and the manager who helped us in setting up this technology is Mr. KCR sitting in Hyderabad. Thank you so much, both of you, for a wonderful cooperation and support in making this event a flawless event. So before I end, I would like to request all of you to have a standing ovation for our Honorable Governor, Her Excellency, Dr. Sundara Rajan. So she did a wonderful job, and she stayed throughout the course. And I was told initially it's only 15 minutes, but now she stayed almost 3+ hours. Thank you so much, madam. And it's my honor and privilege to have you as a chief guest on this program. And I promise you that when I visit, whenever that's possible, Hyderabad, I will personally visit you and thank you in person. So thank you all for joining us. And this is a wonderful session. So we look forward to working again to emphasize all of you. We will create a steering committee, and me and JNTU will collaborate in creating a meaningful document that can be given, circulated to various governments who can consider implementing these recommendations in a meaningful way, in a cost-effective way. That's what I would say. This is a lot of time we spent in, lot of research went in before you guys came and spoke here. So all of that has to materialize in a meaningful way to impact the society at large, especially the underprivileged countries. They cannot afford to have a physical campus and online way to educate them. Teaching them how to earn their living respectfully is important, rather than depending on the governments to provide support forever. So teach them how to fish rather than giving them a fish. That's what the saying is. Again, today is America's Independence Day, and thank you for joining me in celebrating the US 244th Independence Day celebration by standing up for the American national anthem. And I would like to, again, one more time, thank our chief guest, our inaugural keynote speaker, and keynote speakers from all over the world, and distinguished guest speakers, all the viewers from all over the world. We have registrations from about 18 countries and over 3,000 plus registered for receiving certificates. But online, I was told offline right now, over 1 lakh people from different channels from all over the world visited or listened part of our sessions. That means it is a truly, truly impactful conference that we held. I'm receiving a lot of appreciative messages, appreciating all the speakers for their preparedness, and also the research they did in presenting the valuable insights into future of higher education. I think COVID has done a lot of damage, but it opened our eyes to convert this adversity into an opportunity. Let's take this as a positive sense and make a difference and educate as many people as possible, and collaborate with premier institutes as much as possible, and come up with a vision and a roadmap and with deliverable milestones, with providing all the cost associated in implementing each milestone. That way the governments can understand how can they budget and what is the pros and cons of implementing one particular solutions by the other. Request Honorable Governor to constitute a committee for the Telangana government and make it a model for all other states in India. And I request the same thing for other speakers from different countries to do the same. Probably we'll create a regular document, but that can be customized to suit the individual laws of the land in a given country. I think with this, I would like to thank each one of you one more time. I really enjoyed working with you for the last 2 weeks, getting to know you more. And I will promise that I will continue to maintain this relationship and we will do good work to the society. And my mentor, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who was a former president of India, and he's the most popular president called People's President. He came from a small fisherman village, became an aeronautical engineer, a rocket scientist, a missile scientist, Bharat Ratna, and became the president of India. He felt similar to him, there are so many people have genetically identical to accomplish what he did. So he wanted to promote this idea through Liberty Foundation, Lead India Bharat Ratna's education and research for transforming youth. That means every individual can rise to as high as the Bharat Ratna because they are genetically wired to do so. So he gave me one simple way to summarize this. When a farmer sprinkles the seeds into the soil, every seed has genetic potential to harvest properly. But when the farmer sprinkles them in the soil, some of the seeds fall at the edge where the sun, some shade comes where soil is not good, water is not reaching there. But other seeds have received those things. For example, some people may have born in Clinton's family, Bush's family, Obama's family, right? Some people born into inner cities in Bronx, Brooklyn, in Africa, and in somewhere in northern India, like Rajasthan or Bihar or Uttar Pradesh, something like that. They were not getting those resources. If we can somehow use technology to provide the same kind of opportunity for those people also who are genetically wired to succeed and identify those kind of lagging things, and if we can supplement them, complement them, whatever way we can using technology and with the minimum cost, I think we can take them along and they also can succeed in their life. I think that is the real meaning of our efforts, and I'm committed. An example I'll share, in 2014, I was given the opportunity to run for US Congress from New Jersey's Congressional District 6. And almost a day before my official launch of my campaign, I called Dr. Kalam in the evening and I asked him, this is the opportunity, what do you suggest? And he asked me, how many people are you going to represent the US Congressional District? I said, 650,000 people, that's 650,000 people. And he said, do you know, working with the Lead India movement, how many people you can probably transform? 65 crore people. That is the population of the youth in India. So I felt at around 10 o'clock, I called Washington. I said, I am not running for the US Congress. I dropped out at the last minute. So with this, I would like to make sure that how important it is to touch upon this so many souls and take them along on their success path, enable them to pursue their passion. This is the true meaning of this conference, and hope we can deliver that in real life, and working with all the institutes like JNTU Hyderabad and Osmania University, Al Khalifa, and so many London Business School. So again, I'm getting emotional, but I think we have achieved a lot today. And I want you to be careful, safe from COVID-19 and protect as much as possible, because people like you can make a difference, and we want you to be safe and so that you can save many lives. May God bless you all. God bless America. God bless India. God bless Spain and all the countries who participated today. And I will sincerely work with you all. Thank you all. We can sign off now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you. Thank you. Good night, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good night.
It's really fortunate to have Madam as the governor of Telangana, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Madam.
We can end the session now.
అన్ని సారా మూడు ఒక గవర్నర్